Hey, I think I have a mic. I think I have a mic. Do I have a mic? How's everybody doing? Type a one in the chat. Make sure my mic is working over here. Trying to get things set up here. Wow. How y'all doing? China Moon. Real Brooklyn. Real Brooklyn. I like that. You said it twice. How you doing? Iran 70. Marie 722. Shantae. Okay. We're getting a mic check here. Hold on. Clear out some things off of my backup here before I begin. Haven't been on here in a bit, I know. And the words on the street is y'all miss me. I miss y'all too. Been busy handling a lot of different adjustments here in New York. And slowly but surely, you probably thought I went away. Oh, he ain't saying nothing no more about the case. I guess we have to listen to somebody else. Well, I mean, that's good. I'm glad you're still listening. I'm glad you're still focusing on Kenneka Jenkins case. It's still alive. We're still alive. The family is still working to get justice. So, in the meantime, there's nothing wrong with checking out anybody else that may have some information, current information about the case, and can give you some insight. Will interact with you, maybe share some ideas or their thoughts about the case with you since the time of this case's inception. But other than that, that's pretty much where the case is right now today. But it's good to see that we got some long term winners in this chat room regarding this case, I have to say. And there are some long term content creators out there that is still hitting it out the park with this case. And my hat's off to them. As my hat is definite and heart goes out to every single one of you. Dante Machiavelli, oh, Butchie boy, okay. He probably sitting there saying, "Oh man, John Q, long time no see, brother. Where you been at?" I've been here, taking care of family business and just keeping the household. You know how we do. Keeping the household. Mrs. Victoria George, how are you? And for those of you who have followed my series, in this case, I've seen a lot of new comments that popped up from time to time, but there have been people going down the series that I put out on this case. And there are a couple of people that have gone over it maybe a couple of times just to take notes so they have something to gather and go on another channel and compare notes and go on another channel and compare notes and go on another channel and compare notes, and you're doing your own private investigation. And that's great. That's great because you're able to take a look at this case in its entirety as it continues to go on today. Going from the beginning and all the way up until now, well over 3 years. And it's been a long time for a case like this to have gone this long, for folks like myself and 54 Keys, Humongous D, and a host of other content creators, Jackie Dragon, and I've named a bunch of them, Watch Out Squad, Amp Easy, um, Malika the Warrior, and I can keep going. I can keep going. Those are just a few names off the top of my head right now. That's still on the case. A hell of a chick. It's still on the case. Much love to her. I love her channel. Chloe Olvera is definitely on the case. My hat goes off to her. All the work she's done. I've always liked her work and all the things that she brings to the table, as well as all of the content creators that have been working on the case that brings things to the table. And if they haven't looked at it, you can tell them, did you see this? And they'll go back and check what it is you bring to their channels, and they'll go and take a look at it and come back and definitely tell you what not only what they found, but if it fits the case, they'll tell you. If it doesn't fit it, they'll tell you that too. Clark Avenue has been out there on the case. Just recent channels that I've come across from time to time out of my schedule, that I have had time to in my schedule to review and try to keep up in a way to where it's always good to see new insight, a fresh pair of eyes, fresh pair of ears, a new mind, taking a look at the case and giving us their perception, their comments, their thoughts, their insights as to what they see that perhaps some other content creators have overlooked. As I said a long time ago, not all of us don't know everything about the case. That's for sure. It's too much. We try to cover as much as we can, but only by the perspective uh, from the case that we can give you from our own perspective. It's always from our own perspective. And those that follow the various different content creators out there still on the case, you have to remember it's coming from the channel holder's perspective. Facts and fiction, you would have to decide for yourself, you know. But to keep the case in front of you, to keep the name of Kenneka Jenkins out there is a wonderful thing. It's always been a wonderful thing because if anything, it says we really care about what happens not only to someone else's child, but our own children at best, if you're a parent. Our neighbors' children at best, family members who have children at best, and so on and so on. We have to look out for each other is the common ground and the common denominator that this whole case really spawned a lot of friendships, and it spawned a lot of hate ships too, but more friendships and connectivity than anything else. But I wanted to jump on here tonight, say hello, let y'all know I'm still here, let y'all know I'm still doing my thing, and sifting through some information that from time to time I come across it. I have to challenge it. I've got to look into it. I've got to research it, and if it doesn't hold a candle, I don't put it out there. You don't hear from me. I'll stay quiet, but I will come in and check on with you just to see how everybody's doing. I know we're still going through this COVID thing. We're going through the election thing. We're going through some family things. We're still waiting for stimulus money to come through the mailbox and whatnot. They playing games out there. It's a bunch. It's a bunch. I know 2020 started out kind of weird for all of us, but we're hanging in there. This is November now. Thanksgiving weekend coming around the corner. Christmas holidays at best, and guess what? We're gonna swing into another year, another new year. So, but it's good to see that all of you are here tonight. who jumped in my box. I usually schedule my lives. So tonight I just wanted to just pop on, see what it was like to just pop on. Because when I schedule my lives, I'll give you a 24, 48 hours, 72-hour notice so that everyone gets a notification and can join the live and see what updates there are. But tonight I had a good question I wanted to, I guess, throw out there into the J4K community, those that join us tonight, um, such as those that are in the chat room and those that are coming, and there'll be more. Um, a big question, what makes sense to you about this case? What have you come across? How much information have you gathered regarding your viewership of this case? You're looking into this case, your notes about this case. There's some things you have to say about it too, I'm sure. A little over 3 years, I am sure everybody got something to say about it that may not have a channel. And so I said, well, let me do this before I get busy into this. Let me throw this question out here tonight. And so that's my question. I was listening to this reader on Kenneka last night, and she says when we speak with Kenneka says she's happy where she's at and she has a new boyfriend. I was like, really? Vanessa Jones. I miss you, Vanessa Jones. How you doing? Kimberly Wilson, how you doing? It ain't gonna be a big gang of people up in here, obviously, because they haven't heard John Q in a while, so he must have went away. He went to sleep. I guess he's not working on the case no more. So I'll go over to channel and check out what they're talking about, and channel and check out who they're talking about and see what updates there are. And that's great. That's great. For those content creators still out there putting out the facts as they come across them and can interact with you. And that is the big difference of a content creator and subscribers, or people that follow a content creator on YouTube. It's the ability to interact with your content creator. I always said that the dialogue between the content creator and subscribers and those looking viewership, whatever you want to call it, folks looking at your work is so important. And when you can do that, it keeps a good communication, an open dialogue with the person who may have some questions, or the person who may want to compliment you on your work, or a person who wants to hate on your work, or a person that doesn't like what you said because you said it and it wasn't right, or whatever. But interaction is important. To do this over a computer on the internet, we're all used to talking to people, whether it be on the phone or face to face. And that's how we pretty much have dialogue between each other. I say something, you say something. I hear you, you hear me. But when you're interacting with someone who just posts a video or someone who goes live, and all you can do is maybe leave your comments in the chat or leave your comments down below in the video, and that's pretty much where your conversation ends, but yet their conversation continues to go on. Um, it kind of like the seesaw doesn't balance out, let's just say, you know. So it's always good to have the interaction, to be able to have lives and interact with the chat. I wanted to jump on here tonight just to throw that question out there, to say, out of all the information you've come across in the various different channels that you've come across and the information those channels have put out, or the lives that you've been participating in, what makes sense to you about the case? Whatever you come across that makes sense, and we have to go the other way. What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? Kimberly Wilson, how are you? I can say there was no investigation on Kenneka Jenkins case, not a thorough investigation. Vanessa Jones, I agree. I agree. That's a powerful statement, too, because this investigation on her case wasn't as thorough as it should have been at the Crown Plaza Hotel in the month of September of 2017. Absolutely. We saw them on video surveillance footage that they put out on their website. And so we took a look at their work, and yeah, there's a lot of business going on there that didn't look right. Didn't look right, you know. Yes, I miss you too, Vanessa. I miss you too. We have all seen the video surveillance footage. For those of you who have not seen the Kenneka Jenkins video surveillance footage that's been put out on YouTube at all, just go to the Rosemont Public Safety website. It's free, there's no charge. And you can access the case through the Freedom of Information Act under the Government tab. It will drop down. It'll have a drop down, and you can go to the Kenneka Jenkins death investigation case. It'll open all the files to you, all of them. Everything from the Rosemont Police Report narratives, everything to the photos of the crime scene, and everything that they have taken to put on that website is on their website. Everything. Absolutely everything. Finest Jewels is in the house. Oh, somebody sending me something? What's this? You know better than that. I'm doing a live. Anyway, oh, okay. Well, thank you for the update. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that was a good update. Okay. And I've been busy doing a number of different things. I've been supporting other content creators on their channels, uh, on their channels with a number of different topics that they've been covering. I've been participating in their topics of discussion. Truth Out Loud is one of them. Miss BBK is another. I mean, a host of the ones that I listen to, I follow on, my particular preference channel. But I haven't forgot about Kenneka Jenkins. We're still doing some work over here. KK 2018. Hello, everyone. Blessings to you all. Hey, John Q. Glad catch you live tonight. Everyone, hit that like button. Okay, Miss KK. Thank you. Thank you. Well, they know what to do when John Q is on. you know, I've received so much love for the work that I've done. I don't worry about the dislikes and the thumbs down and all that nonsense and everything. I'm not into YouTube that deep, to be trying to remind people to hit the like button, or buy me a beer or anything else like that. No, no, don't need that. I just come on because I want to come on. And that's my choice. And I select my choice carefully because there is content that I want to put on my channel and to share with you in a way to where we can interact. And tonight's live, I wanted to just pose that question. What makes sense to you about what you've covered so far in this case? And let me go the other way. What has not made sense to you? that you've covered so far in this case. And now we can have a little bit of a dialogue. I don't have to work too hard tonight, I hope. Um, but we can have a dialogue, play a little catch up, clear out maybe um, some cobwebs that may be out there that most people are still fuzzy with. Mildred Watkins, hello to you. I still have a problem as to where Kenneka was when she texted Shemaiah. I'm ready to go. Was she in the same room or was she in room 924? And what was Shemaiah's reason for speaking on this small Peter matter? I hear you, Butchie boy. Yeah. And this seemed to have been a text message between Kenneka and Shemaiah during that time. And whether she was in the room or whether Kenneka was in the bathroom or whether Kenneka was in the bedroom, the point of the matter is that this was a text message that went from one person to another. They have been identified as talking to each other at that time. And an event happened on the 9th of September of 2017 at the Crown Plaza Hotel on the 9th floor in room 926 at Irene's so-called kickback birthday party, whatever you want to call it, where she had some folks that she came with to the party, waiting for other folks to show up. There was no birthday cake, balloons, party favors, anything else like that to, give to her guests. It was just a meet and greet kind of thing to me until something strange happened. Something surprisingly happened. And now we're missing one of our sisters on this planet because of it. That's what happened. PM, 46, 46, 46. How you doing? 45, CP. Question one, and ties live. When manager comes to the door, you can hear a person say either get in here or who's in here? Sounds like a deep voice, Caucasian man. Have we established who that was? That's a question that was put out there by Marie 722. Thank you, Marie, for the question. It's a good question. And it's a good time for us to interact on what Marie had said. Now, Marie, prepare for the chat to maybe give you some of their insight on your question, because that's what this tonight's live is all about. Maybe somebody has an answer to that question and would like to share it. Please type it in the chat. According to the live itself, and according to Ty, he did mention that there was a manager at the door. Somebody came to the door of authority from the hotel and mentioned keeping the noise and the music down, nothing else. They didn't say keep the smoke and the alcohol under control, or else we got to kick y'all out the room. So the hotel did respond to two complaints physically at room 926, but after they physically handled it, they did nothing in regards about it. Now you scratch your head, see? And this is where the hotel is negligent. Because if they knew the first time they went there, whether they sent the manager, assistant manager, night manager, or security, or anyone to that room on first call regarding the noise, the music, the people in the hall, smoke coming out of the room, or anything else, they would have said something and they would have done something. It's standard because there's a liability there. But the Crown Plaza chose not to do anything that night. And we have to ask ourselves why. Blasian Asian, how are you? I've texted my cousin while we were in the same room. I was uncomfortable and I told her to call me on the phone and for her to play along. I didn't want to tell her right then there because it looked too obvious. Hmm. When I'm talking in her ear. That was Blasian Asian's comment in the chat room. So yeah, when taking a look at a situation like that, the hotel right away should have done something with security. And anyone can agree. Anyone could agree. Because something could have been happening in that room that was foul play that needed to be addressed. Could possibly need to be addressed. That's right. Oh, you're multitasking. Okay. Seems like a lot of people are multitasking these days. That comes with a poor investigation thing. The thing the hotel got away with is unbelievable. Yes, Vanessa, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. You know, if it was my hotel and I got a complaint or a phone call about a complaint, I need to come over to one of my rooms because there's a disturbance, there's a this, there's a that going on, and it doesn't fall within the normal of the operations of my hotel. Oh, I'm going to go personally and check out what's going on. You see, I want to know what's happening in my building, like a real estate owner would want to know what's happening to their property. They want to know how much liability they have to deal with, and hence the magic word liability comes into play. And when you take a look at what the Crown Plaza did to assist in every area from the party until Teresa Martin got to the hotel, it was liability going skyrocket. It was going to the roof. It's like the employees were just being employees and not being responsive to the situation, for lack of a better word. If that makes sense. What they did not make sense. If 45C Pete said, what was the reason that there was no video on the ninth floor? Now you kind of figure, okay, were there video cameras on the ninth floor? How many of you believe that there were video cameras on the ninth floor? Start to chip away at tonight's conversation. How many of you believe that there were video cameras on the ninth floor? Because this is a two-way conversation. I'm not going to provide you with my answers because you'll have the tendency to doubt what I say. But if I listen to yours, I have the tendency to understand what you've learned. Okay, 45CP believes that there were video cameras on the ninth floor. Brooklyn Real. Okay. Anybody else? How many of you believe that there were video cameras on the ninth floor? Be honest. I mean, because once we can get it clear, we don't have to cover it. We don't have to go back over it again. Because there's a lot of misconceptions out there about video cameras being here and there and here and there underneath the chair. if you look under the carpet, maybe in the closet, underneath the bed sheet, all this stuff, we can only identify what we were told, right? We can only identify what we were told, what we were informed, and we can't take it any other place other than where it is. All right. Connie Lockridge, how you doing? She does not believe that there were video cameras on the ninth floor. Andrea Harris says she doesn't believe it also. So the question in the room, how many of you, before you ask any further questions, because I don't want to lose anybody's comment or questions. So we can do this one at a time, see it, go over it, understand it, then we can move on. Okay? So we can go in slow motion tonight because that's what a lot of people do. They ask different questions. They hear how many cameras do they think was on the ninth floor? And that's one question, but they're thinking about something else, so they don't want to lose that question, so they'll type it in the chat room just to make sure that it gets seen. Believe me, if we slow down, we'll see everything. And that's the main purpose of doing an investigation, is slowing down so you can see everything. And that's okay. My apologies, John Q. As soon as you said free TVs, add to my hotspot, and it was made my phone die. So I didn't hear what you said. Okay, not a problem. PM, 46, 46, 46. Sandra Coppola, how are you? There were, in my opinion, I believe one was taken away. I believe I saw one in Ties live. Okay, okay. That's a five-star hotel. The cameras, they cameras and everything else has to be checked on and fixed. I agree with that. Real Brooklyn. Jalen, the party should have been broken up and the guests should have been asked to leave once the legal drugs were evident. I could not agree more. Jalen, I could not agree more. They have to, because some case like Kenneka happened in their JM silence. Okay. Mildred Wilkins, it doesn't have to be cameras on the ninth floor. You can just be somebody sitting in the room. That monsters every every floor caused that. It's the hotels I've been in. Okay. Okay. I've already typed two questions. It's in part, it's in two parts. Okay, Marie. Okay. Well, the camera idea, if you go back to Teresa Martin's complaint, this is where you find the answer of where that camera comes from. If you go back to Teresa Martin's complaint, the attorneys that filed the complaint stated that they had identified in some way, shape, or form that there was a camera on the ninth floor, and they wanted to know where that video footage was. No place else in the case files will you hear about the ninth floor having a camera, other than the fact that the hotel does state that there are no cameras on the floors because of privacy issues concerning the guests and the hotel. But the only place that we have identified anything pertaining to the camera on the ninth floor is in Teresa Martin's legal complaint that was filed through the attorneys regarding her lawsuit. And this was stated in a number of content creators' videos. Off the top of my head, Hell of a Chick really covered that information, and you can go to her channel when she covered all the narratives, and she identifies that the attorneys did identify a camera on the ninth floor and wanted to know, obviously, where that video surveillance footage is. However, when you take a look at the overall answer that the hotel had given to the Rosemont Police Department when they questioned about cameras on the floors, just like the camera above the freezer, obviously they had found out that there were no cameras on the floors of the hotel, as well as above the freezer that Kenneka was found in. And I'm not going to speculate and say that there was, when during the course of my investigation, I have not seen in any way, shape, or form as much as I could possibly look at. And under various different people going to the hotel that went to the hotel to do video recordings, they have never recorded a camera on the ninth floor or any of the floors in the hotel to say absolutely, positively, here's a camera on the third floor, and it's just above such and such hallway near the exit or where the concession stand is on the floors, because they have to get ice and they do what is it, ice, sodas, and candy, pretzels, potato chips, one of those concession rooms where they have those machines. But other than that, no one has ever brought forth in 3 years any camera on any floor of the Crown Plaza that's been there and has recorded any video footage of their walkthrough. So it tells me that perhaps the attorneys that are making the claim that there is a camera on the ninth floor may have been mistaken, or someone, had misnoted that. My answer is that I haven't come across a camera on the ninth floor or any floors in the reports or any information that I'm covering. But if you have and it's solid, please let me know. Definitely. JohnQ001 at gmail.com. Email it to me. Because if you have something I don't, I'd love to take a look at it. That's how we work. All right. So enough of the camera. Let me see what else I can get to here. All right. We covered the camera on the ninth floor. Let me see what else I know. I'm wondering who that was. It wasn't Monifa or Shemaya. You can hear it on any video from Rosemont or YouTube. It's definitely said, though. Okay, Marie 722. Trying to identify what you are talking about. So let me see what you said. Marie 22. I'm wondering who that was. Okay, most likely at the door during Ty's Live. I think we covered the hotel responded to the complaint. Okay, Sandra Coppola said she believed that there was, in her opinion, and she believes that one was taken away. And she saw one in Ty's video. Okay. Well, Sandra, uh, send it to me in an email. If you can screenshot it, you see a camera somewhere, definitely screenshot it, send it to me. John Q, my name, 001 at gmail.com. Let me take a look at it. Okay. Let's see if I can drop down. The party should have been broken up and the guests should have been asked to leave once illegal drugs were at a yeah. Okay, Jalen, I got that one. I'm starting to catch up. Don't go so fast, people. What you boys says, still wondering if this was a setup by someone unknown who was at the party or a crime of opportunity on the part of the Crown Plaza security or male employees. And that's a very good observation. Very good observation because it leads us to believe that there could be a combination of both set up, people to set up, and then people to control the setup. You have to have control people to set from the setup and obviously the end of the setup, how it was left, if it was a setup. I've always said in my commentary on the videos that yes, I believe that this was a setup. Somebody knew that she was coming there with all of what everything we've learned about, the people at the party that went on. And she was directed to go, invited to go. She went. She went with three other people who she considered her friends. And then the story unfolded when she got caught on video surveillance footage entering the Crown Plaza Hotel and being a part of that party at that time. So there's no doubt she wasn't there. Okay, I'm still working out the comments. And that's funny. When you think about it, we only capture Kenneka in just various different situations where everything was fine when she got there, but it's how she left. Or it was what happened during the time she was there that really changed the story. Why was she so inebriated, being the driver of her mother's car? And only her mother trusted her with her car, remember? There was only insurance on Kenneka, nobody else to drive that car. And it sounded like they had this conversation previous before about Kenneka maybe allowing somebody else to drive the car because they went out to a party and yada, yada, yada. Mothers and daughters had that talk. And it just seems like that conversation is definitely a part of this one, of this case. So, how she got that inebriated, knowing she had to drive, is another question, a heavy question of the case. Why would she have allowed herself to become or get intoxicated, or even to drink for that matter, being that she was the designated driver that night? Monifa could have got uh, all drunk, like she stated in her live. Shemaya could have gotten drunk, like she stated in her live. Bree didn't have anything to say because she never went live, if you notice. So it's always that quiet one that never said anything that we're still asking questions about. But it seems like Bree is smart enough to shut her mouth. I wonder why. I wonder why she hasn't said anything live in regards to Kenneka, made a statement other than the one that she made on True Crimes when they did the episode. It wasn't really much either. but it was just enough to say she really didn't have anything to say about it. However, the video surveillance footage that we caught and we saw, and her activities from the time she got to the hotel and during the times that she was there at the hotel, up and down, in and out, moving about. I wonder what she told Teresa Martin about that. I wonder what she told Teresa Martin about that. Well, I was there at the party. I never left. Like Irene said, I never left the party. I never left the party. What you talking about? So outside of what we do know, which is, case file facts, conversations that were had off recording, off surveillance, off narratives, one on one, person to person, what was said begins to formulate the speculation that has come from this case to enter the case. But we can't do that, not unless there's some kind of connection and it is a provable connection. We just can't say that someone said and there's no evidence of it, if you follow me. Humongous D, what's up, brother? What's up? What's up? Humongous is in the house. I want to know why nobody had pushed the issue regarding police, saying Kenneka was seen on footage in the main lobby. Where is it? And you know something, Humongous? I say the same thing. I said the same thing, and I'll prove it to you in a minute. Amp Easy. Oh my God. What's happening to my chat? Amp Easy was in the house, is in the house. Okay, why hasn't you contacted me regarding next step post video examination? Brother Amp Easy, I've been like crazy busy. I was hoping you would like scratch your head and say, well, let me call John. My line is open to you, brother. You can hit me up anytime. Yeah, I've just been like stupid over here. Boss Blake is in the house. How you doing, brother? Absolutely. But when you have that in mind, it starts to create more questions than answers. One of the things investigating this case on my end and looking at it from my perspective, as we all have, is that certain things in certain parts, in certain places, regarding certain people, regarding certain people, and certain times and activities, this is where the little time slots of questions start to come in. We've all found that to be true. And so now we all create our own questions to try to get answers to. And no one content creator can give you the answers to those questions because it's just so vast. And in doing what we did as a collective team with other content creators, as well as subscribers and supporters of the case, we accomplished a feat that was the most difficult to accomplish, and that was to get something analyzed by a professional. At least parts of it, as much as we could afford to get analyzed. And we were able to do that and accomplish it in a very short period of time. And shout out to Amp Easy for setting that up, and all of the people that contributed to that GoFundMe to get parts of what we deemed important to be looked at. And in a way, it did take some time to iron out because it was the first time we've done it, first time the actual recipient or beneficiary who did the work for us had did anything like that. But we were still able to get it accomplished within a reasonable period of time to know something about what we sent or something about what they analyzed. And that is an accomplishment on YouTube, a major accomplishment. So yeah, let me this chat's moving now. Okay. Amp, I will contact you since you brought it up. I will contact you in regards to the next step in the post video examination. I will do that. I just wrote it down. Sometimes our life, uh, especially with this COVID thing and a lot of things going on with the little ones, being challenged to being at home, at school, and things of that nature, happen to fill your time of day, and in a way that can definitely let you know where life lives. But I will definitely make that effort to touch base with you. I've been meaning to talk to you about that. So, Brother Humongous D is in the house. So, let me share with you while we're in this chat and we're talking tonight, right? About what makes sense to you about this case and what doesn't make sense to you about this case. There are some content creators that I have tapped into who are thinking along lateral lines as well as vertical lines. Click. So let me share this with you, and because it was part of tonight's live too. And now all of a sudden the content creators show up, so it's like, oh. So I think somebody's going to be talking to me, talking about me tonight. Let me search around and see who's live. Well, John Q. Like I said, I don't come on here all the time, and when I do come on here, I come on here to share with you something that I want to talk about. And yes, Ampezi, I agree. We need to question why the officials supplied post-target forensic video rather than the original footage that they clearly have. And that was one of the questions that I was going to ask you. I think Corinne Harris had brought that to my attention almost a week after we received the results, and because she went through the information as best she could on her channel. I think she did 3 lives, really try to break down why forensic showed up. Post On the post side, after it was all said and done, they shouldn't have been in there to begin with, because you did ask for the raw, native, original video surveillance footage, and you gave specific dates. I was going to ask you that to see if Justin had given you any information on what he received when he did the analysis work, because that did pop up in his report, that the information that he received was post, because the target forensic stuff shouldn't have even been in there because of the date that the work was done when they received it. So, but I'll talk to you. I will click with you, Amp, on that, because that was a major question I had. You know, if they had, selectively put together, according to the FOIA request, they selectively put together all of the post-investigation information into the files and sent that out. And hopefully that satisfies you in the what 1.5 terabytes that it came into on a terabyte hard drive. Okay, you got the hard drive that was submitted to him sitting on your shelf. I hear you. Great, great. That's good. Keep it there, brother, because we still got questions that we definitely want to follow up with pertaining to that report, because that's just a start of some of the work that needs to be done. Within the summary of that report, he did state that he needed something to compare it with. Okay, you're giving me certain clips that you want me to analyze to see if it was, the integrity of those clips were intact. However, a global analysis would have helped him a lot had he had something to compare it with. And obviously, that does make sense. Yet we find out that the information that he received was post the investigation, before we were looking for the information before for Target Forensics got it, because that would have told us a lot more than the post. They included it all, but we'll cover that, Am. We will cover that, because I had wrote down some notes that I wanted to keep in mind regarding that. Yeah, Humongous D does an incredible job on the video. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let's start to focus. Because, like I said, what makes sense about this case, what doesn't make sense about this case is tonight's live. So I wanted to jump on here, and I'm going to screen share and share with you what I wanted to show so we can discuss it. Because a lot of what Humongous D had covered in his video files on the case, my investigation on the case, I know that 54 Keys covered a lot of the information that coincides with mine on the case. Mr. Jackie Dragon's investigation coincides a lot with mine, Humongous D, 54 Keys. He gives greater depth, though, into the analysis of individuals on his channel. Chloe Overa did great work, and if you ask her a question, she'll find the answer for you. And because she's deeply rooted with case, not only in the case files in this case, but also in the capturing of information on this case, in the case, outside the case. And so she is almost like a library to the Kenneka Jenkins case. And so there are content creators that, like I said, we all have the answer. We all have our case files. My beginning idea was to pull us together so we can share it and get it over to the proper authority. There was a huge misconception that I was out looking for people's information, that I wanted it for me, which really ripped into the J4K community in a way to where all I had to do was sit back and watch the stupidity just tidal wave over different places that I went to, different channel holders that were putting out some very negative and misleading information. I wanted people's information. No, I didn't. The instructions were put your information on your channel in a playlist that you create for yourself. And I've said this over and over again. and you keep your work on your channel. And when we make contact and inroads with someone who wanted to take a look at this case from a YouTuber's perspective and investigation, they knew exactly which one of us YouTubers were working on the case, and they could review the case files that way since they were all together online. Why in the hell would I want anybody else's work to provide to somebody else? That just made no sense. And the words that came out the person's mouth trying to convince other people about that is a person that also makes no sense as well. Misleading information, hypotheticals, hypotheses, and all this crazy shit that people put out that other people said, but won't show you proof that they said it, is ridiculous. So let's go. Let's go to work. Let me go to screen share. Oh, there we go. Yeah, don't get me hostile over here. Don't get me going. Because if people knew what they were talking about, they should prove what they're talking about. Knew what they were talking about. All right, so you can get to see that. We can get to do that. Already got some kind of an opinion and storytelling, and oh, people are jesters and clowns and all kinds of stuff. The only jester that's out there is the person claiming that there are jesters involved. And if you don't believe me, all you got to do is look at the clown icon on their desktop, and then you'll find out who you've been jestered by. Because it's ridiculous. People at the hotel that weren't there because they got some fuzzy picture of somebody that looks like them. Oh, come on. And can't follow up to say, and here's where they went. This is the room they went to. This is the time they checked out. This is the bags they had. This is the car they drove. This is the highway they took to go all the way back up. Come on. Follow it, man. Investigate. Investigate your case. Because we know what the rest is. Anyway, John Q's the Popo. Well, first I was the Popo. I was the Popo. Then I got promoted to the FBI. Then I got promoted to the grand wizard of pulling all this together. And I'm in collusion with other YouTubers. And we're behind the scenes trying to undermine. Oh, can't prove a damn thing other than other people's words, which are other people's opinions. No photos or nothing. No videotape or nothing. You know, they need some lessons from Project Veritas. Maybe they can learn how to be an investigative reporter if they're going to report something. But anyway, let's get to work. I wanted to share and show this, and I'm glad Humongous D is in the room. And with his consent, I'm going to share and show a piece of his work that he did regarding Andrew Holmes.
Yeah, this is crazy. Man,
he was right all along.
It's just to see it when that air, because you can only get so much air in there. And she probably panicked, lights out, and she panicking, and she got an assistant. I'm like, damn. Right. She suffered. She suffered. Yeah.
Thank you, Humongous D, for sharing your work with us.
That freezer, correct? That freezer, correct?
That's correct.
That freezer, correct? we're right. We gotta look at the facts and we're right. But we gotta look at the facts and we're right. We're right. But we gotta look at the facts and we're right. I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? When that player start going to the door. Yeah, when that player start going to the door. Yeah, when that player start going to the door. Yeah, when that player in another door, it close, she come back out.
Can you all hear this? Type of one.
She come back out.
Type of one.
It close, she come back out. When in another door, it close, she come back out. And I'm sorry it has to happen. And I'm sorry it has to happen. And I'm sorry it has to happen.
We will set fire to everybody's ass. Excuse my French. We will set fire to everybody's ass. Excuse my French. We will set fire to everybody's ass. Excuse my French. We will set fire to everybody's ass. Excuse my French. My French. Excuse my French. Share this video as you come in so we can say this one time. We're going to finally put this story to rest and tell you guys what happened. Andrew Holmes, an activist here in the city of Chicago, he was able to not only see the video, he was able to talk with authorities. He was able to go inside the facility and look at the freezer. He knows, what happened to this young lady. Share this video as you come in because we only want to say this one time.
Your dedication to this city doesn't go unnoticed. And there's someone special here with a surprise for you. Please welcome the mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel. Mayor, good to see you.
This is a proclamation by the whole city on your behalf for what you've done for our children, for our neighborhoods, to give families a sense of normalcy. What you're talking about is that communities can have to live by a moral code, not a code of silence. And I want to thank you for creating that moral code out there. So on behalf of all the people of the city of Chicago, we do hereby proclaim February 26, 2014 to be Andrew Holmes Day in the city of Chicago.
What about the body stories of the hotel selling body parts? And
always taking action for you.
And first to 60, investigation of a business deal that deals in human body parts shifting from Detroit to Chicago as the feds launch a new raid.
For 2 days, federal investigators dressed in hazmat suits removed body parts of 1,000 different people. Arms, legs, heads cut up and kept on ice, not embalmed, so they would be fresh for the black market. Today, the rundown warehouse on Detroit's east side is shuttered and up for sale. Sources say Rathburn's seized records led them to the Chicago area today, a business called Biological Resource Center in Rosemont.
Yeah, that's just like I say, just to get some hits and some views,
yeah,
put something out there, you throw a story out there, and then all of a sudden you got people want to get interested in what you're talking about.
People all over Facebook keep using this story, for Facebook fame or whatever. Let's put the facts out there. And we want to tell you guys before the news tell you, before everybody else got the video, before the video is released later on. Share this video. Share this video.
If that was our child, man, that's my baby they talking about. You're falsifying stuff about my child. That's not my child's character. So get the facts right, and let's deal with what we have to deal with ahead.
Andrew, talk to us about the facts. Let's talk about what the video actually shows and where we are, all right? Andrew, what's the facts?
The videos show the young lady in the lobby The video showed the young lady in the lobby, and I watched her from the lobby, and I watched her from the lobby, and I watched her from the lobby walk to the elevator, walk to the elevator. Walk to the elevator. But she did walk into that elevator. But she did walk into that elevator. But she did walk into that elevator. Well, I watched the video from the time she was in the lobby to the time that she got off the elevator. And she was trying to possibly get back up to the ninth floor, but she might have pushed the button, or the button was always pushed already to show lower level. And the elevator went down. And the elevator went down. And the elevator went down. Okay. So she got off the elevator. I can see where she was staggering, as they said, and she got off. She went to the stairway casing. The stairway leads back upstairs. I watched and looked for cameras everywhere. They showed me cameras everywhere. She walked to the steps. She did a little stumble trying to get up there. She turned around and went back the other way. Now, she was still walking kind of wobbly. She did fall into the wall, and she started opening up doors. So she opened up one door. She went in, came right back out. She wasn't in there. You can tell she was looking for doors, trying to get back upstairs to the lobby. Back upstairs to the lobby. So she went from door to door. So she went from door to door. She went in this door. She didn't stay long. She went in there and came back out. She was basically trying to find her way back to the lobby. Trying to find her way back to the lobby. As she continued down the path.
And she went to the bathroom and everything.
Yeah, she went.
What's some of the doors she did go in?
One of the doors she went in was the men's washroom. That door pushed open. She came right back out. She pushed in, came right back out. She went inside another door. She went inside another door. She came right back out. She was checking doors to see, to me, how she can get back upstairs. So she went down toward this unsecured area that she went, and the camera shows it. And the camera shows it. And it shows where she went when she went in, and it shows where she went when she went in. The doors wasn't secured. She went right in. The doors wasn't secured. She went right in. There was a freezer part there where you all see, but you all haven't seen it yet, where she had walked back. There was no one in there. The place, they don't even use that part no more. It's a kitchen part, and it has two large freezers. So she walked back there, and as she went inside that door, she opened it up, which you can open up. It's just like a big steel door. It don't take much to open it. You open up that door, you take 1/2 a step to your right. Is another door to another freezer part. She had to open up that door to go inside of there. And inside the freezer down there, upon looking at that freezer, you can open up that door, take a half step up, turn to your left, pull the other door. You take one half a step to your right is another door to another freezer part. She had to open up that door to go inside of there, mainly trying to find her way back to the lobby. Mainly trying to find her way back to the lobby. And I was in there with the detectives. I was in that freezer. And I was scared even being in that freezer, even in there with them, and I was in there by myself. Even in there with them, and I was in there by myself. I can understand the part where she was at with the motion camera up there, that when somebody walks, it turns that way. With the motion camera up there, that when somebody walks, it turns that way. And in that freezer, lights out, it's air shut tight. It's air shut tight. If locks was on the door like they was on the door when I got there, they had locks on there, so I couldn't get in, but didn't have no locks on there when she was there. If they had them, she probably would have turned around like she turned around at the other doors. She turned around at the other doors to find her way back upstairs. To find her way back upstairs. Upstairs, and that unit freezer that she was found in.
So why was the freezer on?
No, to me the freezer wasn't on. The freezer wasn't on. To me, when they were saying that it looked like she was wet or something, it's hot as hell in that freezer. Hot as hell in that freezer. So she gonna sweat. The body gonna sweat. I'm quite sure if the freezer was on, then that's a different story that has to be proven.
Did I hear you describe earlier on a Facebook Live video that you actually had the chance to go in that freezer?
Yeah, I went in the freezer.
So can you describe, first of all, how did you get access to that freezer and what it was like?
Well, we walked in the freezer. They walked me down. I walked her whole steps, and I walked to that freezer, opened up the door. That freezer door closed. Opened up the other door, that freezer door closed, and it was hot as hell in both of them freezers, and dark as hell in the freezers too. All I see is trying to find her way to get back upstairs where she was. All I see is trying to find her way to get back upstairs where she was. You got security there. They're negligence because if that's the last place you seen that baby, that's the last place you seen her on video surveillance, that should have been the first place you was looking to secure in that area. Now, if you say, okay, we got her in this area here, and this is where she going, you run and send somebody down there quick and fast if you watching the video footage, because you got to, if they was an intruder in there and you on your job, then you got to get somebody down there. Somebody should have been at the computer watching the monitor. Now, who fell asleep? Because when you seen her there, it should have sent an alert off where we got somebody down here in an unrestricted area. We got somebody down here in a unrestricted area. We got somebody down here in a unrestricted area.
What time on the video was she? What did it show? What time she got in there?
Yeah, they got the time on there. I got to look back on my file.
And I stop this right now because this was the biggest issue of all of the video surveillance footage. What time? What time? And in our previous live, I talked to you about raw video surveillance footage that had been taken, the original footage that Factual Truth had put out, where we saw a time on the raw footage via request, FOIA request, on the left side. Y'all remember? You remember type of one real quick, because I'm going to keep going. On the left side, I had said, everyone taking a look at this, I want you to pose yourself as the security guard looking at this footage from a monitor at the hotel in its entirety. And the only time that you can see is the time on the left side. And that left side time is an overlay time that videos have when you are recording footage. If it's a birthday, if it's a wedding, if it's a Halloween event, if it's any kind of an event, videotape is going to have a time date recording, an original time date recording, and that is the most important about this case. It's been controversial between the overlay time embedded in the original raw footage and a player time that recorded the raw footage at the time it was recorded. And a lot of people keep having a seesaw kind of thing about that. I was hoping we would get questions answered when we, forwarded the information over to the forensics guy for analysis, because I said we got to get an answer about the time. However, I didn't find any answer within that report regarding the time. I made some notes about it, and I said, I guess as soon as Amp Easy was going to be free and he was going to say, hey, well, what did you think about the report? I was going to, have a conversation with him to let him know what my insights were about it and how we could follow up with Justin, because our work is not done. Our work is not done. And I believe if we can, take a look at what he sent us back versus what we wanted, we could see the gap between the two. And then we can go forward to say, well, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do this? Can you do that? And then we can decide based upon his charges how he could do it, or, how much he could do it for, to see if this would be, at least feasible for us to get that information from him. But we're not done with any kind of forensics regarding the first step in which we did decide to happen before. So big shout out to Amp Easy and, Humongous D, you put together a very good piece of information, because your information took me into my investigation to say, well, if she was downstairs, I need to look at everything that I could find based on her being downstairs in that basement. And hence, part 8 of my video series, was the result of it. So let's continue.
I got those in the car. Back on my file, I got those in the car.
Okay.
And I got to look back on that. But I commend the police department out there. They not rushing to judgment. They looking at time on everything. They showed me time on the cameras, time here. They done order everything, even outside technicians to come in, because even outside technicians.
Outside technicians.
even outside technicians to come in, because when they give it out, they want to give it out by the time and the minute.
So I see a lot of the crazy comments. Firstly, what I want to say is Andrew Holmes is an activist in the city of Chicago. Per the family, he did view the video. You did tell everybody what you have done and why you're able to even say this.
It comes.
Can you repeat? The mother was aware that you were looking at the video. Could you explain that again?
Yeah, I called the mother and let her know that I have seen this video. I gave her bits and pieces about it, and she's going to be looking at the video too.
Per the family, he did view the video.
You did not give nobody permission to see the videotape at all.
No, I did not give them no permission.
And what were they saying as far as was the freezer on and off? Was that clarified at all from the hotel?
No, I'm going to clarify that today through the chief and ask him to release that. Was that refrigerator on or was that refrigerator off? But I knew when I got there and got inside of there, it was dark when that door closed. And
on the video that's going to be released to the public, it will be released to the public after the family sees it, correct?
Yeah, it should be released after the family see it. And I was the same way like the views.
I was the same way.
I had doubts.
Like, man, somebody killed this girl, right?
But I got there because I had doubts about, okay, wait a minute. Could be motel worker, could be somebody, but
we all said the same. I want everybody to understand that we all on the same side.
Oh, yeah.
We don't work with the hotel. We don't work with the police department.
Right.
We on the side of the people. We don't work with the hotel. We don't work with the police department.
Right.
We on the side of the people. We don't work with the police department.
Right.
Look at the video before the camera.
Because I'm a community activist, I'm also a private investigator. I also work with all police agencies just as well as these gentlemen here too.
How many doors you think she opened before she got to the freezer door? How many doors you think she opened before she got to the freezer door?
Think about four and other doors that she has checked and other doors that she has checked. She was trying to find her way back upstairs. She was trying to find her way back upstairs. She was just trying to get back to a secure area, and that's what she was looking for, because the doors that she opened up, she didn't even stay up. She just went in and came right back out, because, you know, especially the bathroom, went and came back out, went in another door, it closed, she come back out. Went in another door, it closed, she come back out. She basically, to me, honest God, I think that baby was trying to find her way back upstairs. She basically, to me, honest God, I think that baby was trying to find her way back upstairs.
You will see on the video, she was trying to find her way. She went through several doors. She went to the men's restroom. How long was she in the men's restroom?
Just about half a second.
She just went in there.
Turned around, came back. She went to another door, trying to jerk it, open it, and she went to another door. She was trying to find her way upstairs, somewhere secure where she can see people. She was trying to find her way upstairs, somewhere secure where she can see people. But that's what I can see from the bottom of my heart. Because, see, if it was anything other than that I can prove that someone was down there, someone forced her down there, you can bet your bottom dollar. I'm just like the rest of the activists out here. We're not going to sugarcoat it. You're going to get served and let the chips fall where they lay.
We will set fire to everybody's ass, excuse my French, and make sure that we get all the facts. Now, I wish, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to say I wish. Everybody here wants to blame somebody, all right? I'm sorry that none of those stories that we've seen and what we thought were right. But we got to look at the facts and the evidence and take it for what it is, and mainly learn from this situation. I think that's all we could do is learn from this situation, take care of this family and make sure that this hotel is still liable.
Absolutely.
Because they did not have locks on that freezer, correct?
That's correct. If you had a 9-year-old or 10-year-old that was you staying in that motel with you, and they wanted, if your child wandered out looking for the swimming pool without your knowledge and had went downstairs and started going through them doors, it could happen. And I'm sorry it happened to this child, even if a person wasn't impaired and walked in there and couldn't get out and down there in that basement area and nobody can hear you. One, there was nobody down there with her. Nobody forced her down there. Going on with that, but as far as someone pulling her down there, or leading her down there, but it still doesn't take away from that. That area should have been secured. Now, from me looking at the video, she was trying to find her way back upstairs to the lock, and she was checking the doors, and she was checking other doors, just trying to find her way back upstairs. So no one else was back there down in that unsecured area and locked, because if she had hit that door right there, she'd have turned around and went back the other way because she was trying to get indoors while she was trying to find a way to get out. I believe she was trying to get back upstairs to her friends. They have checked those cameras at a time with a technician to make sure no one alters anything.
And we talked about that. And that is correct.
We work hard. He worked hard to try to calm the situation down, and that's just about it for some justice.
Is your understanding that the freezer was on or off?
That information I don't know. That has to come out in the report. I do know when I went in there yesterday, that freezer was hot as hell. So it gives me the understanding that it wasn't working, and at the same time that area where she was at is not even being used anyway.
According to Arsenal, there was like 40 hours or 36 hours of videotape. That's why.
Well, there was a big gap in between there, and I say this, that let the chips fall where it lay. There was a big gap in between there, and I say this, that if you got a security camera and you see somebody in an unsecured area, and if you're monitoring your station and monitor that monitor, then where were you at when she walked through there? Someone should have notified somebody to go downstairs and find out why she down there in that area. And then the gap that's between there, if indeed you looked at the video surveillance, and I'm talking about not the police department, the hotel security staff, you looked at that surveillance and you seen that she was in that area when you all started looking, then why didn't you all run down there right away and go in that area and try to open up some doors, since that was the last place she was? Why should they have to take an employee to come in the next morning or two to go down there and find her? The next morning or two. And go in that area and try to open up some doors, since that was the last place she was. Why should they have to take an employee to come in the next morning or two to go down there and find her?
We do see Kenneka walking in this lower level kitchen in the hotel. She stumbles, turns the corner, and then she goes out of frame.
Channel 2 is right here. They want that's good. Channel 2. They talk to her attorney. Attorney. She don't want to talk to nobody. She want to be right here. Because normally they know my number and they call me and they haven't called me to verify nothing. They just let someone say anything. And then they put it on the media.
I just want to get something straight before I hear from anybody else. Okay. You have no spokesperson in Jamal or Anthony Venture at all. So you did not give nobody permission to see the videotape at all.
No, I did not give them no permission.
She haven't even seen the videotape. So let's go get somebody some permission. Long saying you gave them permission.
They said it's you. No, I did not. No, I did not.
I gotta ask you a simple question. Have you had any conversation with Jamal Green about arrangements with your family? Jamal Green, the young.
She don't know him, bro.
You don't know him.
By Mama's account that Andrew Holmes, in fact, lied. He never had the permission of the family to see no takes or talk to the community about it. And every activist who said that they were a representative to this family has lied. It was never true. This family has never had a representative, and this family never said stop marching because, in fact, they don't have a scheduled time to see the tapes. They had to secure a lawyer for themselves, and they don't have the answers, and it doesn't add up. So the mama and the family was never okay with the narrative. They don't even believe that the daughter walked into a freezer. They don't believe that. And so what I said earlier was wrong. They never accepted it, and we don't accept it. So I'm on here to get this right. I apologize again to this family. I apologize to the city of Chicago. I apologize to Kenneka. And now let's make it right. I'm not representing them. Jamal not representing them. Andrew Holmes fucking show ain't representing them. Nobody's representing them. They're going to represent themselves, and they got an attorney. And so go on Mama's feed, and go on Mama's feed, and we need to still fight for justice for Kenneka.
Thank you.
And that's it. It's a wrap.
But we gotta look at the facts and we're right. But we gotta look at the facts and we're right. But we gotta look at the facts and we're right. We gotta look at the facts and we're right. But we gotta look at the facts and we're right. But we gotta look at the facts and we're right. I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? I'm sorry that none of those can be those, all right? Went downstairs, not going through the door. Yeah, went downstairs, not going through the door. Yeah, went downstairs, not going through the door. Yeah, went downstairs, went in another door. It closed, she come back out. Went in another door. It closed, she come back out. Went in another door. It closed, she come back out. Went in another door. It closed, she come back out. And I'm sorry that that thing happened. And I'm sorry that that thing happened. And I'm sorry that that thing happened. We will set fire to everybody's ass. Excuse my French. We will set fire to everybody's ass. Excuse my French. We will set fire to everybody's ass. Excuse my French. We will set fire.
We do see Kenneka walking in this lower level kitchen in the hotel.
Yeah. Great work done by Brother Humongous D in this segment of the case, because of this video that came out, and I can show you. There we go. You can see here where my arrow is. When he posted this video, and when you can see interrupted information like this. And I'm not stopping it and starting it and stopping it and starting it because I need to put my 2 cents in and all this other stuff. You can let a piece of information play out in its entirety so that you can get the full meaning as to how information unfolds to get to a conclusion. It's a whole lot better than having someone interrupt certain pieces of video clippings back and forth to give their 2 cents to it, because that is called narrative directing. And we have never done that on this channel. And nor will we ever do that on this channel. And I think this is the dichotomy, the separation between ignorance and knowledge when it comes to information pertaining to this case. This is that thing that has torn this case up to shreds, is that cutting, editing, cutting, editing, cutting narrative, cutting narrative, cutting narrative, back and forth, until we just show you pictures we're just adding words to, our own, that is, as content creators, and we can lead you anywhere we want to. We can say whatever the hell it is. But if you can see a piece of information as a good investigator, like Humongous D, Amp Easy, Cassie Olvera, Jackie Dragon, 54 Keys, I Have Questions, and so on, where they don't edit their work and allow you to see it in its entirety and then comment afterwards. And the best commentary is not a directive commentary or a suggestion. It's always a good question. Hey, what did you just see? What questions do you have about what you just saw? Has anything about the content that you just saw get cleared up pertaining to questions that you had? Does that make sense? Type of one, type of one, type of one. So that this way, you know you're in the right channel at the right place, getting the right information, because a content creator is not out here entertaining you. I'm not here to entertain anybody. And I'm not here to make a mystery story and tell everybody that every YouTuber on the block is involved in the Kenneka Jenkins case, and that they were there at the hotel and they did all kinds of shady shit, and they are a part of a Masonic group or a cult group, and all this mystery junk that, you know, gets put out there, all upon the loss of a human life that took place on September 9th of 2017 at the Crown Plaza Hotel. You got to be kidding me. What gall does somebody have to produce information like that and post it out there and call it the truth, when none of it is verifiable? None of it is verifiable. One more time, none of it is verifiable. You keep jumping and jumping and jumping and jumping and jumping and jump. That doesn't prove a damn thing. A picture says 1,000 words, and words can make up any picture you want to say about it. And that's logical. But to make up stuff just to keep a game going on people over someone who really died under these circumstances, that is foul. Straight up, solid foul. And to try to convince people, oh, so long, from January 24th of this year of 2020, when a specific letter came out, all the way up until right now, November of 2020, pushing a narrative that doesn't exist. It's incredible how much balls, gall, and really the lack of compassion someone can have regarding this case and blame other people to maybe push away maybe some guilt about the fun and games they like to have and play with people, like the jesters. So just some food for thought from John Q. Because I have never thought my name would be wrapped up into some kind of quagmired kind of entertainment kind of, oh yeah, they were there. They had the shadow people. And this weird language that's coming out of somebody's mouth to try to make a mockery out of a case like this. They say hell knows no fury like a woman's scorn. Well, sin itself is only in the place of men who desire it. Okay? And that message will go back. I know it will. And that's fine. That's fine. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. So when I come on, it's to give you something. It's to maybe wake some people up out of the hypnosis that they were in. I've always say verify information. Trust, but verify. Trust, but verify. Trust, but verify. But if you cannot question anything that a content creator puts out and they do not give you an answer, how can you trust? How can you trust it? How can you continue to trust it? Well, that's simple. Ignorance is bliss, okay? And for the hard work that Humongous D has put out on this case, and Jackie Dragon has put out on this case, myself, 54 Keys, Clark Avenue, Hell of a Chick. And the funny thing about Hell of a Chick is that she now knows what I'm talking about, what I've always spoken about, herself. You can support someone on their channel, and that's fine, as long as they hold the golden rule of no BS and tell it straight and no storytelling and tell the facts. You will always keep your people with you because hence they're following your facts. But if you're telling a story, that story can only last but so long. A lie has to be backed up by another lie that has to be backed up by another one and 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 another one. It's got to keep going. The ripple of the wave is never endless. And they got to keep going in that direction before that person knows it. It's gotten so far away from the original truth, they don't even know where the hell they are anymore. You all know what I'm talking about. My words will ring through and true from this live. Big shout out to Humongous D for putting this information together because I'm following intelligence. Please don't follow stupidity. It cost this case more time and effort than anything else. I'm coming solid, as I always do. I don't pull any punches. I never did. Okay, where did I want to go from here? That's why y'all like me a lot. I'm just going to get into this last segment because I thought this was important. In this last segment, I don't know if any one of you heard this conversation. According to the amount of views based on this channel, maybe not a lot of people, but a lot of people have always asked about that MTV True Crimes episode regarding the Kenneka Jenkins case, how the producers of MTV approached this this idea of trying to cover this to get the word out, and a lot of the information they were able to get, not able to get, the experiences that they went through trying to get it, and how long it took them just to produce a 1 hour episode. So I wanted to kind of drop this in here on you tonight, according to this live special. You know, what makes sense to you and what doesn't make sense to you. I hope I'm giving you something because, you know, I've spent my time on this case as well as you have. Trying to figure out what happened to this girl. The feelings that the family feels today after 3 years, oh man, still going to and in and out of and to and in and out of and to and in and out of court proceedings that have been shot the hell up because of the CD-19. And they want to get to the bottom of it too, so they can move on with their life. Do you think Teresa Martin wants to go to court for the next 10 years on this case? I don't think so. I know she doesn't. Would you? Would you? And would you want a content creator on YouTube to be talking about your daughter or your son that happened to have had this misfortunate situation happen to them the way they have, and you may have nothing to say about it? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've always said be careful who you listen to. If it's for entertainment purposes, I say turn on the TV because the news is more entertaining than the stuff, a lot of the stuff from this case on YouTube may be. Y'all hear what I'm saying. Know where I'm coming from. It's incredible. Aunt Beezy says I never watched the entire documentary. They did mention that in the documentary, the unusual collection of evidence that occurred. Yes, they did. Unusual. And that's a great word for it, Amp. It was very unusual. The perception of it was unusual. Very unusual. So hang in there. We've got a little bit more to go. I don't want to keep you all long. I don't like long lives. You know, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 hours. I can't do. So I'm going to take you into an interview that a YouTube content creator that was following the J4K case, like we all are, happened to have had the great opportunity of having the MTV True Crimes producer into an interview or get an interview on their channel and to question them about the J4K case and a lot of questions we all had. So this is not a video visual for you to something to watch. This is more of something to listen to. This is more audio than visual. But please, if you have something to write down on paper, take some notes, get something to write stuff down. Because there are some great questions and there are some good answers from the producers as to why we saw what we saw on the MTV episode pertaining to Kenneka Jenkins, why it went the way it did, and why they failed 90% to give us anything that we already didn't know. What happened to MTV True Crimes pertaining to Kenneka Jenkins? So I'm going to start that up, and you guys can comment. I'm going to read your comments, and if I have to pause or something like that, if there's a question, I'll interact with you, because tonight is a matter of interaction. It's about not only keeping this case going forward, but it's more information that you may have not gotten anywhere that covers this case so that we can move forward. It was all about moving forward. All about moving forward. So let's go. Let's begin. Chasing Truth did an interview way back in the beginning of this year. Get to it. You can see where my arrow is when this interview was conducted according to the Post. It was January 10th of 2020. January 10th of 2020. 14 days before we got some kind of communication from a YouTuber regarding a letter from a security guard. Okay? But this is real. We can hear the producer on this interview. It's too bad we can't hear the security guard on the letter. So let's go. Here's Chasing Truth beginning the interview with producer from MTV. And also there is a mention of Gray Hughes, also content creator of YouTube, from Gray Hughes Investigates. He is also a part of the interview. However, he is not a direct part. He is more of an indirect part because he is in the chat room providing questions to the case. So let's listen in.
There we go.
We can.
Let me make sure on my headphones that I can hear us.
And type a 1 if you can hear the audio clearly.
Okay. Okay.
How many people are in the group?
There are about 27,000.
Really?
Yes, and we have 8 people viewing right now. I see Gray Hughes is in the chat. I'm going to go over to our post where we asked everybody the questions.
Shout out
we'll
to
start
Chasing
going
Truth.
over them. Is there anything that you wanted to say first?
Oh, just I want to thank everyone for watching, and if there is any questions that anyone has in regards to of making this documentary and investigating it, I'm more than happy to answer all the questions.
Okay, great. Gray Hughes is saying they probably never heard of me, although they used a clip of mine. Gray Hughes actually is the person who did the animation, the Kenneka animation on YouTube. I think of that.
Tell him thank you very much. Or can he hear you?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. It says, one of the questions, when the detectives said that there was no evidence of foul play, why didn't they question that? Because there was blood on her foot.
So here's what I want to say about this, and hopefully as somebody who has made a lot of true crime stuff, I hope people will understand that when you put things on television, there's a number of things that go on legally that you have to be very, very careful about. See, people can go on the internet and they can make accusations, they can say certain things, but when you're working for a large corporation like a Viacom, for an MTV, for a VH1, when you put something on TV, it is vetted by 7 or 8 lawyers, okay? So, with that said, as a journalist, as a filmmaker, I always felt that the cuts on her foot were very odd in many ways. And I say to this day that I do believe the cuts on her foot, to me, are still odd. What I did is I went and researched, people who analyze crime scenes, who have done this their whole career, who had no vested interest in the outcome of what we were trying to do, to provide me perspective of what could have possibly happened for her feet to have been cut, okay? Mm-hmm. So, with that said, his explanation, whether you believe it or not believe it, as a gentleman who has worked in that field for 30 years, was those cuts most likely happened when she was going through hypothermia. And again, this is something that the experts have said, that when you go through hyperthermia, weird things happen. Some people take their clothes off, even though they're freezing to death. Some people thrash around, etc., etc. And he felt that was why the cuts were there on her foot. Me, as someone who, again, this is me speaking. I don't speak for MTV. I don't speak for VH1. I don't speak for them. I speak for me as a person. And as a filmmaker, to this day, I've always felt those cuts were very weird to me, and I still feel that they're weird to me, if that makes sense.
Okay. And so here we have the producer from the MTV episode in an interview with Chasing Truth from YouTube, being asked questions about the Kenneka Jenkins case. All right. How you doing, Miss BBK? How you doing, love? She says she's out and about, wanted to come in and say hello and give us a like, and we'll catch the replay. Much love to you, Miss BBK. I'll catch you tomorrow for tomorrow night's live that we're doing. We're doing a special live on BBK's channel. We're going to be covering some in-depth information pertaining to a lot of stuff that's been coming out regarding the election. So look forward to that. But there was a question, John, why do we have to believe him? Why does he think he can't be debunked? Well, it's a great question that the Walsh had asked. And it's not really about debunking. It's more of, we don't really have to debunk this dude, because he's an independent contractor, that was being paid to produce an episode, if you will, regarding a case that's been, predominantly a hot topic on, Facebook and YouTube and Instagram and Snapchat, and, an unsolved case like this that he was, I guess, attracted to it in some way, shape, or form to maybe look into it the way he did and try to see if he can do some fact finding about it and put it on television. So, as I said, this information that's being discussed in this interview will tell you what their stands were and how hard it was for them to get information compared to the information that we got on YouTube and Facebook. So I find this very interesting to share because not a lot of people know about what happened with that MTV True Crimes episode and why the hell the producers decided to do it anyway when they weren't really going to give us anything. Because that's what went around in the month of February and March and April. They didn't tell us nothing new. It was kind of disappointing. I thought they were going to this and they were going to that, and they were going to dig into stuff that we haven't even touched. But the reasons why they couldn't is in this interview. And like I said, for Chasing Truth to have just 1,400 views on this interview and nothing more about it says a lot. So I wanted to share it because I just found it another piece of evidence, which is part of it, very important to share with people that are not informed when it comes to certain things that are put out regarding this case. So that's just me. That's just me. So if you can stand it, it's not long, but it's very interesting to listen to a conversation about somebody else wanting to get to the truth and what they went through to try to get it and all the obstacles that were put in their way from getting it is the point of the posting of the conversation. Anyway, let me go back to the chat. As a critical thinking individual, you will have an extremely hard time convincing me someone definitely died of hypothermia and have no record of a core body temperature of the deceased. Amp easy. I agree. I said that in my part 8 video because, excuse me, in my autopsy medical examiner video because that was the first thing they didn't check was Kenneka's body temperature when the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office received her. They did a lot of things that's missing off of the 7 pages that they produced. So yeah, I truly agree with you. Corinne Harris is in the house. How you doing, love? Welcome. We're just going over some very, very good fine-tooth information that has not been put out there yet, according to my knowledge, and in a way that should be presented to give people an idea as to certain aspects of the case that have been overlooked because we've been looking at it for so long. So let's get back to the facts. Let's go with the continuation of the interview between Chasing Truth and the producer of the MTV True Crimes video show.
Okay. Did anyone refuse to be interviewed? Why didn't you interview the manager who found her, or did you ask anybody from the hotel if you could interview them?
Yes. So here's what happened with the hotel, and here's what happened with the mother. I tried very hard to have the mother come on and be a part of the show. Because at the time she was suing the hotel, her legal counsel decided that it was not in her best interest to come on the show and to talk. Okay? So I had many, many conversations. I begged, I tried, I did my best, but at the end of the day, I have to respect the attorneys and I had to respect her representation of them telling her that she was not going to participate. Now, with the hotel, I also went through a whole process with the hotel. And I came very, very close to having the hotel come on and a representative from the hotel come on and be interviewed as part of the program. They said yes. And then through their lawyers and their representatives said, we no longer want to be a part of this, but we will give you a written statement. Now, as an investigator, like I said when I started the conversation, I can only put on television what I can prove. I can't speculate. I can't, just throw things out there without some sort of,
Bridge, bro, everything.
Sorry about the interruption. We'll clear that up. You know how these
Keep that away from me no matter what.
Okay.
Give me that! No! Look!
okay.
I want to use my words correctly. As a journalist, I have to source things and make sure that I'm telling the truth to the best of my ability.
Okay.
As a person, I do believe that I think the hotel, possibly did many things wrong in this. I think everyone would agree with that.
And they did.
And the hotel part of this is something that I tried very hard to look into. But again, no one would talk to me. We went to the hotel. We snuck downstairs into the freezer. We walked around. We looked around. We did all these things. But at the end of the day, I can't really put that on TV because I didn't have permission to sneak around the hotel. I didn't have permission, to film the actual freezer, which I did. I didn't have permission to do that, so I could only do as much as I could. But again, I tried. The hotel didn't want to participate, and I think the reason for that is at the end of the day, it's a multinational corporation, and Kenneka's mother is in the legal process of suing the hotel. So any lawyer or any legal representation is probably going to tell you to shut your mouth and not talk.
Okay. I see that Humongous D said ad blocker, John. No, I hear you, man. If you know of a good ad blocker that I could use, email it to me, John Q, and the word Q, 001, @gmail.com. And I will most certainly and be glad to put ad blockers in these things that show ads, because I, like everybody else, I can't stand interruptions, especially if a good conversation or something is going on and you want the true continuity of what's going on to be fluid, and I agree. So if you know of an ad blocker, please email me. This may have a couple of them because obviously there are certain people that have their channels monetized and these ads just pop up out of nowhere and you just got to deal with it. But thank you for the heads up on that, Humongous D. Let's get back to the interview.
Understood. Did you try to call her friends?
Say that again?
I'm not sure what is the feedback now. Is somebody else listening to something? That's strange. What about Monifa and Irene and the other girls? Were you able to speak to them at all?
Listen, when I was in Chicago, I want to make this very clear. I reached out to everybody, and I tried a number of different ways through a number of different people, and everyone knew that I wanted to talk to everybody. I did not want to exclude anybody. I did not want to interview one friend and not interview the other friend. I think what I found, when I was in Chicago, this was about almost less than a year since it had happened. People were still emotional about this. I think there was fear about talking about this stuff. But I want to be very clear that I reached out to everybody. And if I didn't personally reach out to them, word was sent to them through a friend or through, Kenneka's uncle, Jonathan, who I worked with, as sort of a part of the family and made it clear, I want to talk to everybody. They had to make their own decision whether they wanted to talk to me or go on TV. I think you saw the interviews that we did, and I thought that they were great, and I'm very thankful that the people that did talk decided to talk, but it wasn't easy, and this is a very emotional thing. This was a thing that that many people on social media gravitated towards, so there was a lot of different factors going on when you're trying to make this, but I tried my best.
Okay. Gray Hughes has a question. A lot of the footage was from over a year ago. What took so long to put out the documentary?
Well, I mean, listen, that's the business of television. So, when you go to do these programs and they say, hey, listen, we would like to do the Kenneka story, and we go out and shoot it and we edit it. It's then up to the network to make that decision when they want to air these programs. And as a filmmaker, as a showrunner, I have no say over that. So yes, this had been done for a while, and I have to just tell everyone on this sort of I don't know what this is called, forum or whatever. I'm just very thankful that they did air this, because in my business, in the business of what I do, there's many times that we go, they spend the money, it's edited, it's done, it's great, and then the thing just never airs. So even though it was from a year ago, I'm very thankful that it came out. It's just the business of television, and anyone that has worked in the television business will tell you that these networks take forever. They're just not. They don't work very quickly, unfortunately. And I think if you could find a network who could tell these types of stories and put them out when people are really obsessed with them, you'd actually be very successful. But I have not been able to find a network to date that will operate, in an efficient and quick manner to be able to tell these stories sort of as they're unfolding. And there's many reasons why they don't.
Excuse me, there's another ad situation here I'm trying to deal with, and I'll get to it. Just waiting for it. But anyway, I think they may help to some degree. Being that that point was brought up, we obviously know, especially now, that Gray Hughes did do a lot of work on the Kenneka Jenkins case when it first arrived. He was one of the most controversial YouTubers out there putting out the case, because this YouTuber was the one that promoted the accidental death idea. And he worked very, very hard to convince the J4K community, the YouTube audience, that this was an accidental death, that the people that we are seeing in the videos is not there, that the things that we are thinking about what happened to Kenneka didn't happen, and that there was no struggle or fight when it came to Kenneka's demise. He strongly tried to convince us that she walked from the 9th floor, took the elevator down to the lower level conference area, walked the hallways by herself, inebriated, entered the East Kitchen, staggering into Kitchen 2, out of Kitchen 2 back into the East Kitchen, and then into the lower level bathroom area, where we actually saw her on footage stumbling and bouncing off the walls, twisting and turning, looking for her way up back to the room, banging into the staircase hand railings, fixing her clothes, twisting about, disappearing behind a wall, reappearing, going into the men's bathroom, coming out of the men's bathroom, crawling around a wall to disappear again, and then to reappear in a way to where it appears to she was pulled back and then pushed forward back down the hallway she came from. And Gray Hughes did an animation of this particular sequence on his in his work on a video series. And he strongly, I mean, there was an animation for Christ's sake. So you talk about manipulation of a situation to try to convince is right there. When people try to manipulate something to try to convince something that is of a different narrative or of a different opinion, that is the biggest disservice that Gray Hughes could have ever done, was to try to manipulate that situation the way he did on video surveillance footage. Now, Gray Hughes has a background in video editing, filming, photography, you name it. All you got to do is just, just Google his name, go to his website, and you'll see his background. So it would make sense for him to do what he did. But for him to try to convince, in this case, try to convince people of a narrative that more supported the Crown Plaza Hotel, Rosemont Police Department, in that specific area, more so than to even think about any kind of foul play that was going on. Well, yeah, he was bound for some controversy from the JFK community, in which he did suffer from. And so I say, it's all information, it's all evidence. And I'm sure that this evidence can be used in a way to where Gray Hughes can be debunked because of what he did. He should have known better not to interfere in the physical case, a crime scene case of Kenneka Jenkins the way he did. But he did so in accordance with what he felt and may have known something more about what we didn't know. Now, I'm not knocking Gray Hughes for what he did. He challenged a lot of different YouTubers during the time that he was promoting these videos. All you have to do is just go to the channel, hit Gray Hughes, and he's there. He knows more about, the video surveillance footage conversion from 3DP to ABI to EXE. All that stuff he knew. All that stuff he knew early in the case. Now, we didn't know what a 3DP and a ABI and an EXE file was, because I didn't when I came across it. But you know who I learned it from? I learned it from brothers like Humongous D. And then I learned it from brothers like Amp Easy. And then I learned it from Jackie Dragon. And then I started learning about this conversion thing that was going on, which led me to the raw video files to say, well, hell, show me the raw stuff that the security guard was looking at, and then let me see over a timeline why we're looking at what we're looking at today. And that made sense to me. Yeah. And Corinne Harris did the same thing. And Amp Easy put out several videos, and shout out to Amp Easy. He put out several videos on his channel, and they're still up there today, and that you can look at any one of the video entries that he's made to show you that lower level bathroom area in which the producer of the MTV program True Crimes is talking about. You know, that specific area. And no one thinks that this area was ever manipulated. And it's just the area just before she disappeared behind cameras that weren't working, because the next camera that captures Kenneka is in the upper kitchen on the main floor. Meanwhile, Humongous D already proved through Andrew Holmes that she was downstairs. She was downstairs, and she was trying to get up from downstairs. She was in the basement trying to get up through downstairs. She was going through doors trying to get, and he asked the right questions. And I've always said, ask the right questions, you get the right answers. And so that was the reason for the first part. So let's get back to the conversation for a minute. I didn't mean to go into a tangent, but you know, when you can begin to crystallize just what Humongous D did, and now this video interview, you can begin to put together your own picture, and in a way that excludes all noise, all distortions, and everybody's narrative, for you to think for your own, in your own way, as to what could have occurred down here, and then develop your questions to move forward. That's a good investigator. That's what investigators do until you get to your answer. Come on. Anyway.
Okay. So Pyramid was, from everybody who's been following this case, it seemed like impaired her quite a bit. Did you guys dig further into that, or ask her mom or anybody who knew her more about the topiramate?
You know, that obviously was something that I spent a lot of time looking into and trying to understand. And to this day, you know, from what I've been told, she was not on this particular medication. It was not, she didn't have migraines. There was no reason for that medication to be in her system. You know, when I was in Chicago, I know talking, and I'm not saying anybody's name. I'm saying in the people I talked to off camera, in understanding parties, you know, who knows? Do I believe someone possibly could have put that in her drink? Yeah, of course. Do I think someone could have said, hey, this is a Percocet, this is a Xanax, this is another type of pill, and they had no idea? I think that could have happened also. I think there's so many things that could have happened. But in speaking to the people I did, they did not feel that that would contribute to her death. But again, I am not a medical examiner. I can only go and talk to people as a filmmaker, as a journalist, and try as best I can to find as much information, and then have to deal with lawyers in terms of what information I can put on the screen versus what information existed online. I mean, if you all who are in this group have been following this case, part of my job was to look at everything that was online, whether it was, hey, there's somebody in the surveillance video that's behind the freezer, or, you know, there was the gangs, you know, that were in the room. Someone from a gang killed Kenneka and they're covering it up. All of these things were online, and part of my job when I first sat down was looking at all of this information and going, okay, well, I can't I only have an hour, right? You probably could have told Kenneka's story in 2 hours. I only have an hour to look at certain things, and I'm not even an hour. It's 42 minutes with commercials. So I have to make choices about, okay, we can talk about this, but this right here, I can't, I don't have enough time to investigate that. I don't have enough time in the 42 minutes to put that into the show.
But
So,
those theories?
And hence, another editing step in the case. So when I first heard that, and I said, okay, no wonder. I said, as far as the Kenneka Jenkins case is concerned, there's no one, not any one of us, as content creators on YouTube, can put together the Kenneka Jenkins case in 1 hour, wrap it up without commercials. I get that. That I get. Because it is just such a dynamic case. So let me go down to the chat just for a quick minute. Thank you, Corinne Harris, Amp Easy. If my brother is still up in here, which is Boss Blake, thank you for coming, Humongous D. When I come on, I'll shine everybody. So Walsh says, I take Topiramate 200 milligrams in the morning and 200 milligrams at night for seizures. And that makes sense. But if you read the toxicology report that was rendered in this case, it was less than 200 milligrams. Now, if you take it daily, as a daily dosage for yourself, just to balance out equilibrium, whatever you take it for, that's fine. Kenneka had 3,000 nanograms, 3,000 ng, not M like in Mother G, but N like in Nancy G nanograms, which is far less than milligrams in this case. It was a very small dosage that was supposedly, allegedly found in her system. I think Kenneka was more intoxicated off of the alcohol than she was the topiramate. However that got into her system, question, that they found is another thing. But one thing that did show up stronger than the topiramax or the topiramate was the alcohol content, which was well above the standard limit, for driving, for anything. Now, females react to alcohol far differently than males do. Male, and I'm not trying to chance this because you can go back to my video series and you can, I went through content and all that good stuff. Males can handle alcohol far longer than females. And so whatever Kenneka had in terms of a concentrated drink, even though there was caffeine also found in her system during the toxicology report, because that also shows up from the Red Bull she may have had to try to cut it down, try to cut it up a little bit. It wasn't enough to interfere with her ability in terms of motor skills, vision, talking, or anything, because there is parts of the videos that we do have to where we hear Kenneka, talking very slow and maybe slurish in the background, where she was becoming intoxicated. And so, that's just my belief, that she was more influenced by the alcohol she drank than maybe anything else that was added to it later. But when you put 1+1 together, they can act together as as an overall influencer to mess her up. All we do know is that her being captured on video surveillance footage, being as inebriated as she was, based upon her physiology, walking in the hallways, that told us a lot about, how inebriated she was, how drunk she was, how off her square she was, trying to navigate those hallways, maybe to find a doorway out, maybe to find a bathroom. Well, she found a bathroom, didn't stay too long. Well, it looked like she wanted to go to the bathroom. You see what I'm saying? So taking this incorporating this into your facts is important. Let's continue a little bit, and then we'll conclude.
Did you look into some of the more wild conspiracy theories?
I did, yes. The very first thing that I did when I arrived in Chicago, for many reasons, is I went to someone who was very trusted in Chicago, and I had dinner, and I said, let me ask you a question. I said, were gang members involved in the murder or anything having to do in the death of Kenneka? Because I had to ask that questions for many reasons. One being the safety of going, if gang members were involved and somebody was going to try and solve the case, then there was a safety issue. And I was told by someone I really trust, and other people told me to trust this individual, that this had nothing to do with any of the alleged gang members that were in the room. So that, I think, I'm not sure if you could call that a conspiracy theory, but I definitely think it's not a secret. You can look at the police files and see that a lot of, gang members were at that party. But I think I realized early on that wasn't a path I was going to go down, because it just wasn't, there was no there. So that was the one thing to this day. And again, I will go back to what I said when I first joined this conversation. I can only put on TV what I can prove. I will tell you, there's a bunch of weird things, or what I felt was very weird and odd, surrounding the hotel. And I think there was a number of, whether it was someone who worked security at the hotel, and then that person somehow the very next day, went back to Mexico, according to some reports. I had heard reports that there was a swimming pool inside of the hotel, that maybe something happened in the swimming pool area, and then Kenneka was dragged, from there to the freezer, etc. Again, I just did not have anyone that was going to talk about that. I didn't have any proof. I didn't have anything that I could stand on to go down that route, But again, and I probably shouldn't say this. I will say this, and I've said this, to a few people. Her death was ruled an accident. There is a small part of me that still feels that there's some part of this story that has not been told. What that is, I have no idea. And I had to make a TV show, and I could only put in the TV show what I could stand behind and prove, and what the lawyers allowed me to do.
And that is it. That is it for MTV. So I wanted to give you a gist of that conversation, and I'll come back, and I think I'll do a part 2 on this, because there's more of the conversation to really give you a deeper meaning as to what they had to deal with. I didn't want to be on here too long tonight, but I wanted to give you some food for thought. Some real deep food for thought. What is it about this case that makes sense to you? And what is it about the case that doesn't? And if you have a notebook or something like that, scratch down. Hell, most of you do have a notebook that still has questions about this whole case and dialogue. I'm not going to say YouTubers know the answer because we don't. I don't care what YouTuber comes up here on a platform that tries to present Kenneka Jenkins case or anything. We do not have all the answers. Obviously, we don't. And people, certain people, and thank you, Chasing Truth, for putting that information together as part of this investigation process that we're all involved in, which is part of the evidence in this case. That means a lot. But there is no one YouTuber or Facebooker or Snapchat or whatever social media platform they operate off of. We don't have the answers. We don't have the specific answers, because if we did, the case would be solved. Think about it, folks. The case would be solved. There's no looking for and under and through and over and between and above or on the side, and there's the killer. We're not going to ever get there because it's not there for us to get to. Yeah, I said it. I've been saying that for the longest. We are not going to get there because you can't go above, underneath, on the side, through, and all this other stuff to say, get to the killer. It's not going to happen. It was designed for it not to happen. And there just seems to be some other content creator out there that thinks, yes, it is. Well, we'll get to the killer. And the killer is in this hub and this closet underneath this realm and down this hallway and in this kitchen. And they happen to be a part of this group. And this group is attached to this group. And this, oh my God, wait till you see the tea I'm going to give you. My goodness. Thumb me up. I got some tea. And all of this crazy stuff. That's fine. Somebody's having a good time with it. And any intelligent YouTuber that's been following the case, the ones I know that already. That's why you don't hear from us too much about the Kenneka Jenkins case. It's only the ones that got the tea, because that's what they're surviving off of, the tea. And as long as they have the tea, they'll give it to you. And they'll throw me, you, your family, your kids, your brother-in-law, sister-in-law. This thing goes through doors, hallways, ceilings, bottoms, flats, parking lots, and all kinds of shit, just to give you some tea. Well, I've always said I don't drink tea. I drink coffee. Huh? The tea goes with the gossip, and I get that. All you got to do is go to Google and look up tea, spilling the tea, and you'll find out where the gossip comes from. Okay? It kind of puts me in a place where there are certain content creators out there talking about tea all the time. This case is not about tea. It never was. It never will be about tea. It's about Kenneka. What happened to her? The evidence and information that was put out about what happened to her that we were given, and we're sitting here trying to make some sense out of it so that this way we can get some kind of justice for ourselves about it. Since we are not and cannot and for this point at this point have not gotten justice about it, I said the only person that's going to get justice about it is Teresa Martin and her family. That's it. My hat's off to every YouTuber that I have put on my platform, shown and shared their video information on my platform that has covered this case, and I'll continue to do so. That's viable, intelligent, critical information to this case. And that's all I have ever put on my platform from day one. I am not about going to search on Facebook, Instagram, or any other place for information other than the information that we have, the ones that I've mentioned, all shared between us. Because that's really where the case is. It's in a real small area where we can all look at it. It is not all over the place, still going 1,000 miles down to nowhere. It's not. To include other YouTubers in it because they can never prove it. They haven't, they can't, and they won't because they can't. Anybody can talk about anything. Remember that. Anybody can talk about anything. Look at your carpet underneath your feet right now where your computer is listening to the sound of my voice. And now I can say, tell me about your carpet. Take about 15 minutes. And I want you to tell me all about that carpet, when it was laid down, or if you found it down already. How does it feel underneath your feet when you walk out of a shower after a long day's work and after dealing with the kids and you're tired and you just finished doing the dishes and all this stuff? Tell me about that car. And I guarantee you can spend 15 minutes telling me how good you feel about your carpet. Can't you? Type of one. Type of one. And I'm just talking about a carpet. Or tell me about a picture you have hanging on the wall, either in your living room or your bedroom. And take a good long look at that picture in your living room or bedroom. And then that's going to bring back memories. And then I want you to tell me what those memories bring back to you. And you will go back into time in your mind and unveil and unroll and unfilter all the memories behind it. We have to be careful on who taps into our mental faculties when it comes to those things. We have to be careful on who's showing us certain things. If it's not in their entirety and it's nothing but clips, dips, ships, and quips with narratives in between, it's a manipulation going on. I've always said that. Now, to close out, I do want to say this. I do want to say, I tell you, I tell it like it is. I don't pull no punches. I mean, it is common sense, Gail. Gail, it is common sense. I cannot believe black people, or whoever's behind the other computer watching all this stuff on Kenneka. I cannot believe that someone could be that naive or dumb or that unintelligent or stupid to believe in someone else's narrative without looking at it for themselves and calling them on the carpet. Yo, you're wrong. Back up. Yo, the ceiling wasn't red. The carpet wasn't blue. There was no revolving door in the back. What are you talking about? That kind of stuff. That's manipulation. They're doing it during the presidential election right now. With these votes, they're doing the same technique and can't prove it. They can't show it. They can't reveal it. Until they do, everybody's what? Waiting for the proof. Just because you say so doesn't make it true. You want to say so doesn't make it true. But if you're just telling a story and I've got nothing to do, well, I'll stick around. I'll stick around. I hear what you got to say. I ain't got nothing else better to do. Okay. People who have nothing else better to do will do that. But other people that don't have that time leisure won't. So I'm going to say this and say it clearly because I've studied it for the longest that it's been out. Straight Drop was not at the Crown Plaza. Okay? Cassie Olvera was never at the Crown Plaza. Okay? They don't have relationships in, out, within, or with anybody pertaining to this case. I do not, have not, never been, nor will ever be at the Crown Plaza. John Q. Nor has any name that was ever mentioned that was there at the Crown Plaza other than the people that we see on the video surveillance surveillance footage being there at the Crown Plaza. There are no jesters and masons and fairies and the Wicked Witch of the West and the North and the East and the South at the Crown Plaza. President Trump wasn't there. My aunt wasn't there. And I can mention a whole bunch of people that wasn't there. Suspect, okay. Maybe a few people who may be telling you who was there. What about them? Who's telling you about other people being at the, what about them? Who are they anyway to be telling others about who was out the Crown Plaza? Now let's take a look at that. Now you seem to know about everybody being at the Crown Plaza. That kind of tells me, yo, were you there to know this as a fact? Well, no, I just seen them on video surveillance footage. Oh, well, shit. Yeah, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. Who the fuck would buy that? A commercial would be worth looking at than to buy that on TV. Shit, somebody in Pampers selling diapers, car insurance. Come on, something. And can't prove it. There's nothing to back it up. There's nothing to link anything to them. Like I showed you Humongous D's work, and that was in its entirety. In its entirety, from start to finish. He covered that segment of the case brilliantly. And that's content. That's great content. The same thing with this MTV interview that Chasing Truth did. In its entirety, great content, no interruptions. No one stops it, cuts in, tells you what it is, and all this other stuff. Oh, this one's got a hat to it, and there's the mustache. Oh, did you see the shoes? Look at that nose, and all this other extra shit that don't belong there. People are intelligent. I believe that. I believe everyone that's been following the Kenneka Jenkins case are intelligent individuals coming from different walks of life that have found their way to this story but want to know the truth just like everybody else. Just like everybody else. But if you have to have a clown to try to tell you about other clowns, call them jesters or whatever like that, I would definitely step back about 60 seconds and question, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? And if you need a thumbs up, you know, make an appointment with your proctologist. Make an appointment with your proctologist. Make sure they use lots of Vaseline and lube, whatever you like, and, get it over with. Get the examination over with, and maybe that'll satisfy you. If you need all that kind of thumbs up, they've been sitting down too long. That's all it really tells me. In the chair, in the couch, on the floor, whatever. You've been sitting down too long. You've been looking at this case in a way to where it's giving you, oh shit, yeah, maybe hypothermia. Maybe some hypothermia going on there. Because I've never, ever in my life came across anyone who's ever tried to convince other people so hard back to back to back to back to back to back to back with video information about this case. None of the content creators that I've mentioned are not doing that. They're looking at the case objectively and independently and can give you some straight, good, factual information. Not show up every other day for 2 and 3 hours and 4 hours and just show you other people's faces, other people's chats, other people's clippings of Facebook chats and all this crazy stuff. Come on. Make it make sense. Malika used to say to me, make it make sense. And she's right. Make it make sense. If it don't make sense, what's the point? You can't connect it to anything relevant to get a conclusion from it. What's the point? How do you get to a point? You just keep talking about it? over and over and over and over again. That's not doing this family any justice to get justice for Kenneka. All you're doing is, a mystery show. Mystery show, like the Crown Plaza does. You're doing the same fucking thing that you're telling other people about that they did. You're doing a mystery show. We just don't have to buy tickets. We just got to buy some brew. We got to buy some brew. Crazy. But anyway, I meant this chat for you. Come on here to say hello, shoot my mouth off a little bit, make y'all laugh, but give you some facts. And just be careful. Just be careful. Thank you, Amp Easy, for joining the chat tonight and tonight's live. Your work in putting together a great collective work is definitely appreciated. 2020 will definitely have your name on it. Boss Blake, definitely thank you for dropping by. Corinne Harris, if you're still here, for dropping by. Humongous D for putting together the work that you've done. I respect it. I'll put it on my platform any day. I'm still going through your work, and there's plenty of it there. Most people forget, and so I'll come right behind you to help people remember what the facts are. Thank you for that, Jackie Dragon. Thank you for your work. I'll get your work up on my channel too. As incredible as the amount of hours that these people have put in, it's absolutely absurd to let somebody just without a thought of it, make up their own narrative and try to carry the show into a mystery entertainment development, because that's all I got to do. And talk in a weird voice between Gomer Pyle and Forrest Gump. Blaming everybody but themselves for doing anything in this case. I've been told for almost 2 years, John's the popo, John's the police, I've been still waiting for the evidence. And you know something? It goes in one door and out the other. I should have been found out a long time ago. And really, I should have been found out oh, damn, he's gone. There you go. So much for the guy with the pool stick. But I've been involved in this case long enough to know what the game is, who's doing the game, and how they're playing it. But much love to everyone who's stuck by me, stuck by you, still got me subscribed. My goodness. That doesn't mind listening to somebody that, I don't know, makes some kind of sense, can throw some evidence up there, give you their perspective, let me think about it, make some notes on it, educate me in some way that I may not have been educated before. I don't know who these people are. Neither one of us know. Corinne Harris puts her credentials out there and makes sure you know who she is, which qualifies her to be on this case. That's for sure. And that's why I chose her to be on my channel, on my platform, because she's got the credentials that I'm looking for to speak with and to share her information, because she was in this case. She is in this case still today. And she's got valuable information about data forensics. Why not align yourself with somebody that knows what the hell they're talking about and can talk about it professionally, intelligently, articulately. Boss Blake is another one. He's a music engineer. Now, what he does outside that, I do not know, but as he's covered the Kenneka Jenkins case, he's only come with facts. He's only come with his and if he's got a question, he's gonna ask you that question until he gets a solid answer. If he believes it's bullshit, guess what? He won't ask you again. That's Boss Blake, straight up. Amp Easy is the same way. Amp Easy doesn't waste time asking questions. If he asks a question, have the right answer, because he's not going to stick around 5 seconds if it's not the right answer. Shake his head and he'll say thank you, courteously, and move on. That's Amp. Cassie Olvera does the same thing, she spends a lot of time. I will say this. I think Cassie's more of an educator. She tries to be a good educator. She not only will tell you from the beginning, middle, and end, but she really hopes that you get what it is that she said. I think in a nutshell, I said it right there. And if you still have a question about it, you can always go back to her. And that's who she is. That's who she is. Humongous D is straight up. Just straight up. Lay it out and, say what you will. But I guarantee you can't say any of his work is infallible. It's wrong. It's hypothetical. It's unbelievable kind of thing, because he definitely does his research. Jackie Dragon does the same thing. I have questions, have always done the same kind of work. People can follow intelligence if they're following intelligence. In a case, these people have put out magnificent work on this case. It's the other ones that we are questioning. What the hell are they doing? They're always on all the time. Always got some gimmick all the time. They may throw music in their stuff and all this, mysterious music and ghostly music, like it's Halloween every time they come on, to give you that mystery story coming up all the time. I sit up here and I say, I can't figure that. I'm not even going to worry about it. Mama J, it's not about getting anybody off YouTube. Anybody who come on YouTube can do YouTube. We know that. It's not about getting anybody off of YouTube. It's having everybody understand what they're doing on YouTube. When numbers go down, like the numbers I've seen go down, they're reaching all over the place. They can't hang on to the story long enough because they got to come up with something else. I've never seen more suspects in a murder case than oh my God, all the Columbo television series that makes up what 14 years of Columbo. Every time we turn around, there's another suspect. I thought it was someone that no, there's more. There's more. Wait a minute, we didn't get to that one yet. And all this crying and oh shit. And it's a game show. It's that roulette wheel at the casino that you put your money down on. But people that I know that I've associated with, I have communicated with directly, and I've mentioned them on my channel. Those are the ones I'm hanging with. Those are the ones that are worth being with and sharing with. Talking to them either by email, text, or telephone. You know you got a connection. And everyone that I've mentioned on my platform, I have spoken to directly. Every single one that I've mentioned, I've spoken to directly. Either trying to get them on board as a collective, and that didn't work out too well because everybody thought I was after their work. And I said, okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. And they thought John Q was going away. But I'm here. Still here. But yeah, what makes sense to you about this case? What really makes sense to you about this case? Keep your notes. A lot of stuff out here. Just keep your notes. Not too many people doing stuff on Kenneka Jenkins other than going maybe back over what I just covered here tonight. It's just some factual stuff, all provable. You can go to Humongous D's work on his channel and find that video clip along with his work on the case, and you'd be absolutely astonished. Go to Amp Easy's page and you'd find the same thing. Or any of the content creator pages that I've talked about, Boss Blake and Jackie Dragon. It's got Kenneka written all on it. Why? Because they were dedicated to doing good work as best as they can. Best they can. Those are the ones I follow. How about you? Team that gets together that wants to get video surveillance footage analyzed and can get it done in 4 days, that's the team I follow. Because we've done it. We're the ones who want answers. It didn't take us a year to do it, but we did it in 4 days. We're not doing episodes of the Kenneka Jenkins case. And that's furthest from our mind. We want to continue to do episodes of it's like MTV, the continue of true crimes episodes. Stay tuned. The next one is really going to curl your hair. Kind of garbage. No, it's sad we even have to talk about it. But anyway, I'm gonna let me see, what time is it? Okay, I think I've been on here for a while. Any questions? Anything you want to throw at John Q tonight? I don't care how stupid it is. Just throw it out. I mean, because I'm in good company. I'm in very good company. The people that I've mentioned, and I share their information, their video work on this case on my platform, I'm in good company. Very good company. And I'm very privileged to be a part of their company as well. So I don't need to say thank y'all for this and thank y'all for, they know where I'm coming from. It comes to John Q. Only important ones come to my channel anyway. I don't have 300, 400, 500, 1,000 people up in my chat, and 1,500 moderators and all this stuff. Out, please. Got a couple of moderators. That's it. I don't need all that stuff. I don't need nothing to float underneath my name or on top of my name or past my screen, talk about cash apps and, telephone numbers and all the stuff that call me, please. What the hell is that about? Anyway. But, yeah. Hi, Rachel. Blood's thicker than water. Mm-hmm. That's right, Mama J. Blood is thicker than water. Blood is thicker than water. You know, the thing about blood being thicker than water is that for some strange reason, the last 10 years, maybe even 20, it could be more than that, it's been thinning out. We've been seeing a lot of things happening to our people. And well, I'm not just talking about Chicago. I'm talking about all over the damn place. Blood's starting to thin out. People starting to do some weird and crazy things to blood. Blood's not even the same no more. We have to be careful with the blood thicker than water kind of thing because I believed in that. But over the years, you know, we start to see this thing thin out where blood don't care for blood, where it becomes water and families start to break apart and all this other stuff. That's not blood anymore. It becomes something else. You know, we have to be careful who we're following. We have to be careful of the belief systems that we come across on a day-to-day basis. Everything we are, everything we do, everything we think of is a belief system. It's a belief system. We gather up and accumulate over time, and we hope we got a lot of good stuff from that belief system that incorporates who we are as a person. And we will damn sure try to do our best to give the very best that we can give from that belief system. But if it's trespassed against, if it's challenged in a negative way, I guarantee you we will fight for that belief system no matter what until the day we die. And that belief system could be right or wrong too. That's a challenge that we have to try to deal with the situations that we have today. We're dealing with belief systems. There's so many of them out there. Shattered glass belief systems. It's not even like it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. We're dealing with something different. And there's something different, crazy glue to it because everything seems to be sticking to it and not coming off real good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's that thick stuff that we're dealing. And the Kenneka Jenkins case has got this in there too. It's some thick stuff here. Belief systems made this case happen. Gang and this and that, peer pressure, whatever you want to. Belief systems are involved in the Kenneka Jenkins case. It's an influencer of a person's life. And it's up to us to determine whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But we gotta get our brain to get there a whole lot quicker, man. You know, because if we're in slow motion with it, we could lose our life. If we take too long to make a certain decision that we know is good or bad, we could lose our life on a belief system. Give me a minute here. Take a moment. Take a good moment on that one. Okay. All right. It's a belief system. Mama J says, coffee, 2 sugars, and milk, please. It's a belief system. You got it, and the next person in the chat got it, and the next person outside the chat's got it. YouTube's got it. Outside of YouTube's got it. And when you step out your front door, the world has got it. And that's what we all have to deal with. Every single time we interact with the world, we have to remember that we are dealing with a belief system. Our belief system versus the world's belief system. In the macro sense, universally, and then in the individual sense when you have to deal with other people, because obviously I'm sure you've come across different belief systems in your life that don't believe in this and don't believe in that and couldn't do this and couldn't do that, and I don't think about this and I don't think about that, you're wrong about this and you're wrong. All that's from a belief system. And the same thing created the Kenneka Jenkins case. Same thing. So this is a universal pattern between people. This is nothing that just showed up and it's like, oh, brand new and unsolvable. And no, it is a solvable case, because all we have to do is stem it down to belief systems, identify the individuals, and guess what? This whole thing plays out like a map. Everybody can relate to the Kenneka Jenkins case. I mean, I did. You did. We all have. I just hate that that young girl was set up by her friends, and the hotel failed to show Miss Teresa the cameras above the damn freezer where it was thought, you know, yeah, you're right, Rachel. Rachel. I hope I'm saying your name right. You're right. All I had to do was look at the cameras and find out what the hell was going on. Belief systems. They felt, according to their protocol, their policy, and authority, you needed a missing persons report in order to look at damn cameras for a lost child. That's what the Crown Plaza thought, or the people at the time at the Crown Plaza thought the policy was. Well, if you are in the event of during the course of your job, you come across a missing person, make sure they fill out a missing persons report first. I'd love to see the documentation on that. I'd love to see the Crown Plaza's employee handbook on that, because I'm sure it's not there. And if it's not there, why the hell did they tell Teresa that that's exactly what she needed to do in the first place? They would have found Kenneka far, far earlier than they found her. All I had to do was get security to come to the desk, because it's their job, and have Teresa talk to security at the hotel. Why didn't Teresa talk to security at the hotel? Why wasn't security notified of a missing person and interact with the parent when she got to the hotel? You want to talk about some questions? How come the Crown Plaza didn't take responsibility upon request of a missing person in their property, in their establishment, to look at the security cameras at the time the request was made? Why didn't security report it in the security daily activity report and give it to the Rosemont Police Department as just out of sheer duty, because that's what they're supposed to do? But they told the Rosemont Police Department, according to their interview of the security personnel, that, it was no big thing. We only write up security reports when there's something big. That is something. I saw that in the narrative and I said, oh, damn. Somebody's missing. And yet they can choose whether to write it up or not. That's not the hotel anybody would stay at. I wouldn't anyway. I know you wouldn't. But as crazy as it is, that's what was documented. That's right, Mama J. Pull up the policy, the Rosemont Employee Handbook, which is not a part of the evidence that the Rosemont Police Department should have had in their file. How are employees to respond in the event of an emergency? Fire, water, tidal wave, earthquake, whatever. They have to have emergency procedures in the event the building has been compromised or the property has been compromised. And that's nowhere in the case files. Not at all. None of it. The elevators, the stairwells, any place. In the event of anything, what are their emergency procedures? Every employee at every job has to have, according to their employee handbook, all the information pertaining to them and everything pertaining outside of them, especially when there's an emergency. Everybody knows where to go if there's a fire, what door to exit if there's a fire, what elevator not to take in the event of this or that, what positions to take as an emergency personnel of the property as an employee. What instructions are given at that point? How to direct tenants out of a building, how to direct guests out of a hotel building. All that's protocol. But that's not been, it's not a part of the case investigation, though. Look like a Crown Plaza Hotel to, just do that. No security reports, independent of the police reports were given. Independent of the police reports that were given. They scanned everything else, but nothing from the security department, independent of the Rosemont police reports, narratives that they were given. Why the parking lot camera was off, or the main lobby camera was off. They just said it was out and needed repair. I did that on my last live. I covered the cameras. Because when you cover those missing aspects of the case, we got missing timelines and we have missing evidence of the case. And unfortunately, these were the areas that Kenneka showed up in. We never got to see. We never got to see that. And that's what makes this case so unusual, difficult, frustrating, hard, whatever name you want to call it. When you get cameras that were down, such as the list that I showed you in my last live, we talked about evidence versus the narratives, you begin to wonder, was the hotel really concerned about liability issues or not? Was the contracted security company that provided security for the hotel, were they concerned about liability issues of the hotel or not? And it was their job to cover liabilities of the hotel because that's the damn reason why they were there to begin with. So now you got two companies, the independent hotel itself, and then a security company to back up the hotel to strengthen or lower the liability, both in high liability situations, high risk situations. You have to take a look at it as a business. For those of you who understand business, everybody knows that. Anyone who's operated a business, whether a one-on-one personal service or a restaurant business or any kind of physical brick and mortar kind of business, when you sign off on any kind of liability insurance, you want to make sure you're covered. Somebody twist an arm, twist a leg, kick a finger in the door, and all this stuff. We got a dead body that was found in one of your freezers. I wonder what liability insurance got covered with that. What was the liability insurance that covered that? Oh, that's right. Accidental death. That's right. And how much was that for? How much did the Crown Plaza pay for the liability insurance of having an accidental death, aka also known as Kenneka Jenkins, found in one of their kitchen freezers in the back of the hotel, an abandoned kitchen that was under construction and was leased by a new partner called the Murray Brothers Caddyshack Restaurant, coming in 2.5 months later? What was the liability on that? How much was that? Hmm? I stayed at the Crown Plaza, Chicago, downtown. Every floor elevator had cameras. Isn't all the CP equipped with cameras on every floor and elevator? Now, DeWalsh, that's a good question because the attorneys did state in the complaint that there was a camera on the 9th floor. However, the hotel did respond to the Rosemont Police Department when asked about cameras being on the 9th floor and above the freezer and any place else, that it was a privacy issue. You got 14 floors in that building, 501 rooms, consisting of 1, 2, and executive suites in that building. You have utilities such as the swimming pool area, the outer court area, the garden area, the parking lot, the front lot, just to name a few. It's just giving you just a little bit of an overview as to, okay, well, we were just talking about liability. Well, for a place like that of huge liability, I wonder what the policy was and who the policy was with. That's one factor. Another factor is why they hired Capital Security Investments to cover their hotel. Was that a friendship? Was that a friendship or a business relationship or business partnership? Because if it was a business partnership, no camera should have been out. I wouldn't have allowed something I'm paying for to be out. Think about it. I'm paying for security here, and no camera should be out in my business. Because now I'm responsible if something happens. Duh. Duh. Hence the reason for contractual security. Independent company from the Crown Plaza to be there. Rosemont Police Department is going to interview him twice and then let him leave the country by September 22nd, 10 days later after they found Kenneka, and that was okay. That was okay. Oh, no problem. We got, double interview with you, and you had nothing to do with it. Okay. Enjoy your flight out of Chicago O'Hare Airport. September 22nd, 10 days later. They let this guy go. Security personnel working at the time and during the time this crime happened. Rosemont Police Department, you let this man go within the body of your investigation and you haven't closed it yet? Come on. Liability. That stinks right there. That stinks right there. Yeah, it is corruption throughout. There was cameras everywhere at the Crown Plaza. I think is bigger than Rosemont, DeWalsh said. Humongous D said, "Looked like the cameras were, watching the employees rather than the guests." Something going through that, you kind of figure and scratch your head. Yeah, there's a lot of guests. We're the employees outside of the few that we saw moving about in the video surveillance. Yeah. You had a video camera, surveillance footage camera in the East Kitchen where we saw Kenneka for a few seconds walk by inebriated, and everybody thought she was being walked by somebody on her right side of her body, hiding behind her in a hoodie for a few seconds. Where the rest of the employees who were working that morning, that night, into the night, through the morning? Hotels just don't close up a place. They have to have 24-hour service. They have shifts like the security involved. You mean to tell me I thought nobody showed up around the time Kenneka was in? It's impossible. The lower level pass elevator. Lower level pass elevator. Lower level stair area on the conference level. To the West Hall. You mean to tell me that there was nobody in that area downstairs when she walked that area, period? Absolutely, positively, end of story. That's very hard to believe in an active hotel Friday going into Saturday morning when you got conferences getting ready to have breakfasts going on at 8 o'clock in the morning. The kitchens have to be active by 5 a.m. and you've got no movement whatsoever. There's a lot of things that you can ask yourself that doesn't make sense. You can draw your own conclusions and have your own questions about it. I mean, I have, and I do. I'm not going to sit up here on YouTube and listen to somebody else tell me what happened to Kenneka, and they can't prove it. How stupid is that? That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. And those that have been on the case feel the same way. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And you do too. The ones that's in my chat room right now, you do too, because you've been looking at the case long enough to know exactly what I've been saying. And you follow the train of intelligent thought to say, yo, 1 + 1 is not 5. What are these people trying to do? It's like the Democrats trying to make us believe that somebody won an election and they ain't reached 270 yet. You got to be careful of those people. Outrageous. And I look at all the content creators' work that I've covered the last 3 years myself. I said, there's no way. There's no way. Nothing can touch their work because their work protects me from the ignorant shit that I come across. And I do apologize for maybe some strong language in tonight's live. But you know something? After 3 years, it's okay to, kind of relax a little bit, kind of flex out a little bit, feel it a little bit, especially after 3 years. Because you figured the nonsense would be gone already. People would have gotten tired. They would have gotten their PayPal money, their Super Chat money, their Cash App money, and all this other stuff, and maybe went away to something else. But unfortunately, there are a couple of dingleberries still around, stuck. They're stuck. When you got dingleberries that are stuck and it's in the underwear, it does take a little time to get out, but kind of figured time would be the bleach that would wash them away. But there's some hard ticks in there. That's fine too. Selena, how you doing? All of the movements from the employees stopped once Kenneka started walking around in that area. Yes, that's right. I agree. I thought you would have moved up to at least, 3rd degree, 4th degree, black belt, Lena. I know you're working hard. Maybe it might be COVID or something like that, and they don't want you to social distance. I get it. I get it. I get it. But 2nd degree black belt is good for me. When you know how to kick ass, you can. That's all. Something is going on with Rosemont. The mayor just let the police chief go because the behavioral problems, in which the police chief is related to the mayor. Connie, I heard about that, I believe, on Hell of a Chick's page. I think she just did a recent update on that. But it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. When you get that deep and you have a family affair running and owning a village, and it consists of about 41, 42, 4,500 people, maybe even 47, give or take. People move in, people move out, whatever. And it's a solid area of real estate with people who pay their bills. They have less tax liabilities and all this other stuff. And not too far from an international airport with commercial businesses surrounding that area. Yeah, they're sitting fat. That's a fat piece of real estate in that area. And they protect themselves. They had their own police department, for crying out loud. They don't have to depend on Chicago police to deal with any of the nonsense that goes there. They have their own. Emergency, fire, EMS, you name it. They just don't have, county morgue. Yeah. So when you hear of a small community like that covers themselves and can take care of themselves that way, and it's predominantly, and this has nothing to do with something of a negative nature. Okay? And I have to preface this. This has nothing to do with anything of a negative nature. When you have a predominantly upward mobile, high income geographically, let's say Caucasian area, okay, an area that has a high population, they're going to take care of themselves. I've seen it growing up in Brooklyn, in New York, between the Jewish people, Italian people, and you had the Puerto Ricans, and you had the black people, and you had it was a lot of different um, people coming up from the islands at that time when I was growing up, but they take care of their own. They have their own communities, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, you know. And it helped me to understand different cultures as I was growing up. Thank God, you know. So it gave me more of a blessing than anything, like today. We can take a look at them and, go the other way. Unfortunately. But I grew up around different cultures that in New York that really helped me to get along more with people than not to get along with them at all. And that's how blessed and fortunate I was at that time. So yeah, when you have a small geographical area and it's a community and it's a small one, you got a family name attached to it. Okay, somebody owns something. Somebody runs something. Like a movie. Like a movie. So when it comes to producing any information regarding this case, here's the information. You ready for it? It's real simple. It's real simple. The information of this case have been covered by some great YouTubers that I've mentioned. Number one. But the real information is going to come from Teresa Martin from her negligence case as she steps away from it when it closes. That's going to be the turning point as to whether we know she's going to do something about the criminal side of it or not. We know there's a criminal side of it. I think she knows about that too. But she's looking to just clear out the negligence side of it to get as much information as she can from it, from her attorneys, and then put it on the table and take a look at what they walked away with to determine how they may, and this is my opinion, how they may turn around and attack anything criminal about this case. And they should, because there's a lot of criminal stuff in this case. And those content creators that I've mentioned, proven that already. It's all over the place. On the walls, on the floors, on the ceilings, out the doorways, sticking to the glass, in the parking lot, at the job location too, with fingerprints on the mailbox. That's how bad this damn case is. I go to class. I've been going for 6 months straight since quarantine was lifted. Today I competed in a social distancing competition. Nunchucks is my favorite. Hopefully I won't. Selena, I bet. I can imagine you swinging some nunchucks. Do that Bruce Lee thing from Enter the Dragon. Swinging nunchucks, huh? That's a good one. Thank you for that. Thank you. But yeah, thank you for that piece, Humongous D. I watched that maybe a good 20 times. And I had to go back through the documents and I said, the basement, the basement, the basement. He keeps telling me about the basement. The basement. I'm looking at the narratives. I'm looking at videos. And I said, why does he keep saying the basement? He's going down to the basement until I pulled up the complaint for search warrant. The complaint for search warrant that Anthony Delacova came up with, created, and written up for the judge to sign in order for them to search the phones, the cell phones that were involved in the case. And I read that last paragraph on the last freaking page, page 4, as to what was going on with Jeremy Walsh as to where he found her. And I said, here is a detective who was given the assignment by Rose, and he's getting a report from one of his PSOs that he found Kenneka in the basement area in the southwest corner of the lower kitchen area in the basement. So why do they keep bringing up this damn upper kitchen? And that's where part 8 in my series popped up. And I said, wait a minute, if she was found downstairs, which now I believe she was, how did they move her? And then why did they move her? And hence liability came in, and I looking at everything. And I think you left a couple of comments on that video piece too. But you always made me think about that lower area from this video. And if you hadn't have put it out, guess what? I'd probably be in somebody else's chat saying thumb me up. I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known. Jackie Dragon tracking the Rosemont Police Department that Saturday night up until they found Kenneka was very interesting. And you cut a good part of that out in your video series too. And I said, wait a minute. I said, I gotta study this. I'm not going to be the jack of all trades, the master of none, king of the hill, and all this other stuff. And I got the Kenneka Jenkins case under my belt, and nobody can touch me. Attitude. I'm going to learn from the people that are working on the case. And I say that on my channel. I learned a lot from other content creators. It's not my show. Shit. Yeah. Teresa's starting to speak as well as security and ex-employees. Raquel, Holly, really? Raquel, Holly, Rachel, Raquel, I'm sorry. But I can say Miss Holly, hi there. Hi there. Teresa is starting to speak as well as security and ex-employees. Elaborate, help me. You got something I don't? I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it. But just please don't tell me you got it from Facebook. Okay. Selena says that she can do 3 nunchucks routines in 36 seconds. You know something? I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. When I took up Wing Chun, and I did that for 3.5 years, and I worked with the nunchucks, the size, and the staff. Oh, Lord. You had to have a cup on when you deal with nunchucks. But you being Selena, I'm not going to ask you whether you wear a cup, okay? But I'm sure that, you have protective gear where you need it to be, because I damn sure did. I busted more of my kneecaps and shins and around my neck and my elbows than anything else with nunchucks. But that's good. That's good. But yeah, so I just thought I'd hang out with you guys and see what other questions you might have or comments about, what we've discussed tonight, and to keep things in perspective. We have all seen a lot on this case, no doubt. We have all covered a lot regarding this case, no doubt. No doubt. It's already on content creator pages. And for anyone to go over any of it would take them just about as long as the content creators posting it would take them just as long to try to cover it. It's just so much, you know, and to try to make some kind of relevant connections from it. Not easy doing this. I'm sure that other content creators outside of myself, we are not professionals in doing this. We had to learn how to put content together and then put it on a computer and lay it out where it just wouldn't be misunderstood. You can look at it and say, wham. And major shout outs to those content creators that I mentioned who can just flat out put it up there and make it work, all without their narrative, their personal narrative, instigating what they're trying to show you. And if they do put a narrative to it, it's always in the form of a question that makes you think. And that becomes a good narrative. Very good narrative. As we obviously covered tonight. So, yeah. All right. So, I think I covered, I guess, what I need. I hope what I provided, as always, something important, as well as something of interest, as well as something that keeps you focused on the case in the right way. I kind of had some time to cut away from a lot of the work that I was doing. I've got a live tomorrow that I'm doing with BBK in reference to the elections, and I've been doing research on that, voting machines, and some of the news comments and lawyer statements that were made during the press conference that Trump's lawyers had made to the public. So we're just gonna, just shoot the breeze and kind of go over some things. A lot of people don't know what the Constitution is all about. They hear about it, but they don't understand how that document protects their rights and how this country actually came together and why they formulated a constitution called the law of the land, and how it works. Nobody knows how the government works anymore. And that's funny. Nobody knows how the government works. Everybody knows who the president, vice president, and all these other, but what else? What else? Senators, congressmen, term limits. What is their job while they're there? What is their responsibilities while they're there? What are the limits while they're there? And things of that nature. And why you got some old people that have made like a lifetime still there. I think that's why this country got stagnated into some stuff. And nothing against old people now. But 40 and 50 and 60 years, you've been hanging around, like the government. Hell, to think about the government gives people a headache in 2 minutes. You've been around 60 years? I get a headache just thinking about it in 2 minutes. Nah, and hence my point. People don't stick around to know what's going on with their country that provides them the freedom and the lifestyle and the quality of life they have along with their families. And I think they've come off point keeping an eye on these weirdos that are showing up every election season and get put in there, and their ideas get passed, and the next thing you know, You got something new on your credit report, or you got something new coming off the job, or you got something new coming in taxes, or you got something new coming out of something. And it's like, how the hell did that get there? Well, damn, they put that on paper like last year. Where the hell were you? Last man on the totem pole. Because we're raising our families, we're trying to, we're into life. We shouldn't have to worry, but we also have to keep our eye on the people that, make up everything that will affect us too. So we'll be covering some of that, on her channel tomorrow. I don't know what time. I think it'll be between 6 and 9. 6 and 9 New York time, my time. So we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens. Between 6 and 9, BBK is a channel. And I know I'm going over there to her channel. So once we go, I know that you won't get notifications from me that I am there. So it's BBK. I'll try to see if I can maybe perhaps put her link underneath the description box before I leave. And begin to go into a different area. I've been working on that for the last, 3 weeks, give or take. And she wanted to do something. And I said, okay, well, I've got some time. And I'm going in between 3 different things at that, along with my life, my family life, my grandchildren, and, life, stuff. And that's cool. That's cool. But tonight I wanted to jump on here to say, well, it's time. It's time. We need to ask the question, what sense? What do we know about this case so far? What sense does it make so far? What sense have you made from it so far? What sense doesn't it make now, still after 3 years? Let's have a conversation. Let's chop it up a little bit. And I like the chop ups because I haven't really done any chop ups, and it's always good to pop on here and just to connect with folks that I guess like my channel, like what I put out. And for those of you who do, that's great. Much love to you for doing that. I don't have all the answers. I don't. Never claim to. I never will claim to have all the answers. But I do know one thing. I will share with you where I get my answers from and a lot of my research and how it, mingles together, how it connects together for you to get some extra answers or additional answers. And I don't mind sharing that. And that's the reason I come on. I try not to make a TV show or a movie out of my lives. I come on, I'll stay on maybe 2.5, 3 hours, and then it's time to go. Humongous D knows. Anybody who follows my channel knows, because all you got to do is go to my page and say, okay, how many lives have John Q done, and how far apart, and how long, and what topics, and it's right there. It's right there. All of what I've done on the Kenneka Jenkins case is there. And since I've been on YouTube covering this case, I don't have to worry about strikes. I don't have to worry about warnings, and I don't have to, nothing, because I make sure that everything that I put up is going to stay up. If somebody has a video that I am impressed with and everything, I will contact them, ask them for their consent. And if they give me their consent, I will show their work, as I've done on my channel. So everything that you've seen on my channel that is not a part of my personal work, and it may be a part of someone else's work, every single piece of work that I put up, I've received written or verbal consent from that content creator. And I think that's the best way to do it, so you don't get into trouble with the content creator. they can be a part of it because they are a part of it. Not just use their work and say nothing about any credit or credentials of any kind. Just throw it up there and say, "Oh, it looks like he did that," and pull it off, and then keep moving. That's crazy. That's right, DeWalsh. I do what I do, and I have to do, and give credit where credit is due. That's right. I've always done that on my channel. I've always done that on my channel. And if you don't believe me, I'll leave the evidence. Hang me with my evidence. Go back and watch some of my stuff. You don't have to watch it all. Just things that he talked about the pool. Oh, he talked about this, and let me see what he said here. That's all. Listen to a little bit, scrub it a little bit, listen to a little bit, scrub it a little bit, listen. You don't have to try to listen to it all. It's a lot of information. But what I do know is that the information is intact. If I have made maybe a few mistakes here and there, I caught myself with timelines, which was screwed up, but I found out better through Humongous D, Jackie Dragon, and Amp Easy regarding timelines. Even Cassie Olvera, she was working on the timeline. Even Clark Avenue, he was working on the timelines. And I take a look and I go, okay, okay, that crystallizes it, because we don't know it all. This is all new to us. Like I said, we're not, chief investigators from the homicide division of the, New York and Chicago and, California and, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Texas and Florida. We're not, Interpol and whatnot. United States Marshals is what we should make up a team. YouTube United States Marshals. The only power that we don't have is to arrest somebody for being stupid. That's all. YouTube Marshals. Oh, damn, they're at it again. Who'd they bust this time for being stupid? Oh, John Q's got 14 in New York. Oh man, Humongous D has got a corral of 20 over here down in where he is. Amp Easy has got like 14 he rounded up just yesterday. My goodness, didn't you see the news? YouTube US Marshals. Yeah, that'll probably get out and oh wow. And you'll probably hear, oh, somebody said that they're YouTube Marshals on YouTube. They must be the Shadow Men. Yeah, they must be the Shadow Men. Be careful, y'all. Done me up. Anyway, I had a great time as I always do. And I got some things coming up. I'll touch base with all. Tomorrow I got to do what I got to do, but I'm still working on this. I'm putting together some clarifications of my work that I have done. I go back over my work and take a look at it. And there are some clarifications and some corrections, okay, that I'm going to admit I have to put in there. And I'll go over that and cover that information so that this way it shows the genuineness of the content creator that is willing not only to put out work, but willing to go back and make corrections when certain things don't line up. And so that's what I'm going to do, But if I don't speak to you soon, have a great Thanksgiving holiday. Stay safe. And, squeeze the family. Forget COVID. Forget the mask. Squeeze the family. Forget what those outsiders say. They're walking around with their families without masking anyway. So it's okay to squeeze a family without yours too. Have a happy and safe Thanksgiving holiday. I'll come back. I want to definitely try to get back to you before Christmas. Things are starting to speed up a little bit, and but I think I will. I think I will. Keep your eye on the election, folks. Okay, there's some deep news coming around the corner within the next week. Pertaining as to how this thing is going to turn out. Because if this thing turns out the way it's going to turn out, we've got to start taking a look at how 2021 is going to affect us all. Okay. Yeah, with that said, much love to everyone. Daggone. I still got a nice, strong little room in here. That's good. I like small room. I never liked the big rooms, in the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000 people all up in one room, and the chat's like, flying up, and you can't read nothing. No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. But yeah, I like my small group. My small group has gotten me where I am today, and I'm satisfied. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. That's what family is all about. We don't have to worry about you notice I don't have to worry about, haters and all kind of negative stuff showing up. Don't have to worry about it. They don't have to come here. That's the beautiful thing about it. It's the other channels that have to worry about it, though. But much love to you all. I'll come back. And as I always say, be well and stay blessed. With Godspeed. J for K. Still working on it. Still there. Love to the Kenneka Jenkins family. Be safe. And we'll be back at you before you know it. Take care.